around the world.
Online. This is day 2 of the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance 2023, co-hosted by Huayang Research Center, China Oceanic Development Foundation, and the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Well, before we move to the session 5, we have a really exciting keynote speaker this morning. And first of all, I have the honor to invite Professor Gordon Holden, the Director, Emeritus China Institute, University of Alberta, Canada, to chair the keynote speech. Professor, you have the floor.
Good morning. 大家好. We have a very distinguished speaker to start off the day. Of course, you have access to his biography in your program, but I have to say a few things about him, given his extraordinary credentials. He's an outstanding marine geophysicist, a member of the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. He's now vice chair of the Commission on Limits of the Continental Shelf of the United Nations. He's a professor at both Shanghai Jiaotong and Zhejiang University. And for 20 years, he's been engaged in the delineation of the outer limits of the continental shelf and has led many projects for maritime projects and voyages in China. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tang.
女士们、先生们，早上好。首先呢，感谢侯院长的介绍。我特别要感谢主办方的邀请，一起会晤度的盛情招待。特别感谢吴世川院长的邀请，使我有机会在诸位专家面前介绍一下当前大陆架划界的形势与及其挑战。首先呢，作为大陆架界限委员会的委员，我必须在这儿做一个免责的声明。我今天的报告不代表委员会的观点，仅仅是个人的观点，包括其中引用的图件和数据均来自于 CRCS 网站。那么今天的我的报告分为4部分，第一个是大陆架划界的基本概念，第二个是 CRCS， 第3个的进展，第4个是挑战。那么从这张图上我们可以看出，依据联合国海洋法公约第76条，大陆架是包括其领海以外以其陆地领土的全部自然延伸，扩展到大陆边外缘的海底区域的海床和底土。如果不到200海里，则主动扩展到200海里。因此呢，这里主要强调了大陆架是陆地领土的自然延伸，直至大陆边的外缘。那么还有一个200海里以外的大陆架，它的权利主要与海底资源的勘探与开发权，也就是说我们说的 extended continuous shelf。所以呢，海底资源事关沿海国的战略经济发展和海洋权益，沿海国是高度重视，并会投入大量的资金开展大陆架划界，当然也跟我们将来的 BBNG 可能会有一定的承接区域。大陆架划界有它一套成熟的划界方法，包含2条公式线破交点和本位的全球弧度点，即外推破交点外推60海里。同时呢，规定了2条限制线，分别是350海里和2500米等深线外推100海里。这意味着大陆架不能无限的延伸， 侵占过多的国际海底。这些化解方法是沿海国提交自己化解案的基本方法，也是大陆架界限委员会审议每一个化解案的基础。关于法律上的大陆架划界，实际上对于我们的科学来说，它就是一个大陆边缘范围的界定，它包含了所有的海洋地球学科。从这张动画图上我们可以看出，它基本上包含了大陆边缘所有的构造因素，从大陆边缘的基本特征到洋脊，再到岛屿的划界，到深海盆，实际上就是最终的确定一个大陆边的外部界限。这张动画图显示了大陆架划界的基本过程和主张的区域面积大小。首先呢，要依据领海基点和基线划定一个200海里线，然后依据公示线和限制线来提出沿海国自己的外部界限。因此，大陆架划界就有可能引发一系列的地缘政治紧张、资源的分配、环境的污染与保护、海上管辖区域的重叠，主张大陆架的法律地位与海洋保护区及国际海底冲突等不利的因素。如何和平的利用大陆架划界是国际海洋治理的重要议题和面临的一个巨大的挑战。作为审议大陆架划界案的大陆架界限委员会成立于1997年，工作地点在联合国总部，由公约缔约国选举21名地质、地球物理或水文测绘专家组成。同时呢，需要确保区域上的公平，每个区域集团至少由3人组成，这是一个纯粹的专家机构。委员会的主要职能是审议沿海国提交的划界案，并提出建议。它的权利，也就是说，沿海国在这些建议的基础上划定的大陆架界限，具有确定性和拘束力。委员会主要对维护世界海洋和平和可持续发展做出贡献，有自己一套成熟的议事规则和科技准则。议事规则运行了26年，详细规定了各种的程序和实质性问题的操作，确保了委员会有效的运行。同时，委员会可能只是少数开闭门会议的国际组织机构之一。委员会坚持和平利用大陆架，涉及沿海国之间的争端，委员会坚持沿海国自己协商解决，坚持因为各国对争端具有管辖权，坚持有争端不审议，同时也绝不允许任何第三方机构插手委员会的工作，坚持独立自主，所以委员会才具有了良好的声誉。委员会对于划界案的审议目前具有4种模式：对于没有任何争端的划界案，委员会是完全审议；对于有争端的划界案，委员会目前是推迟审议；对于像涉及到主权，比如说马岛或者说英格兰称的福克兰群岛，以及涉及南极的任何大陆架划界案，委员会是坚持不审议和不持立场。第4个就是对于部分区域的划界案，有些国家它分为集中几个区域，没有争端的区域，委员会会审议；对于有争端区域就不审议，也就是说采取部分审议的方式。这张图显示了目前大陆架划界形势的进展。到目前为止，有74个沿海国家提交了104个划界案，其中包含了11个修正划界案。而委员会呢，目前批准了40个划界案的建议，包含了5个修正划界案。当然，区域从北极到南极，涉及了所有的3大洋、太平洋、大西洋和印度洋，整个的主张面积超过了3200万平方公里。如果这些划界案的主张面积全部通过，那么国际海底面积将会相应的减少12%到14%。那么新一届委员会呢，成立了正在审议9个划界案。委员会面临的挑战是，自97年成立之时，预测全球沿海国大概只有35个国家提出划界案。目前看来，这是一个非常错误的估计，导致了委员会现今的困境。2001年，俄罗斯第一个划界案，到2009年，划界案增加到50个，15年突破了80个，22年突破了100个大关，现在呢，则是104个，是原来预测的3倍之多。将来还会有更多的划界案继续加入，导致委员会工作量大增。委员会目前已经成立了9个小组委员会，同时审议划界案，每个委员同时审议3个划界案。我们在 纽约的时间从每年的4周得到现在的21周。委员会在02年通过了第一个划定案建议，10年批准了11个建议，18年批准了30个建议，今年则批准了40个划定案建议，还在排队的划定案达到了54个，平均等待审议的时间为14年，导致某些发展中国家需要付出巨大的财力来维持技术队伍和不断完善自己的划定案。从这张图上我们可以看出，在08年之前，委员会收到的划定案和批准的划定案保持了一个基本同步的水平。自2009年以来，收到的划定案激增，而批准的划定案则是缓慢增长，对比的缺口越来越大，导致委员会目前在超负荷运转。除了继续提交新的划定案，沿海国提交的修正划定案也在不断的增多。2011年出现了第一个修正划定案，2021年达到了9个修正划定案，修正划定的建议23年通过了5个。这是因为根据公约附件2第8款，只要沿海国不同意委员会的建议，就可以随时提交修正划定案或新的划定案，这样就造成了一个所谓的死循环，导致修正划定案会不断的增加。根据76条第9款的规定，沿海国应向永久表明其大陆架外部界限的海图和有关情报，包括大地的基准点，交存于联合秘书长。到目前为止，委员会批准的40个划定案的建议中，只有10个划定案提交到联合秘书长处，这意味着只有这个10个建议才得到沿海国的同意，剩下的3个划定案继续悬在空中，随时都有可能提出修正划定案。比如说，大陆架划定案的数量会再次激增。比如，俄罗斯北极划定案，在2001年，俄罗斯提交了北极划定案，2002年委员会通过了建议，2015年俄罗斯提交了北极的修正划定案，23年2月6日委员会通过了俄罗斯北极第一个修正划定案的建议，2月14日俄罗斯马上提交了第2个修正划定案，23年的7月14日委员会尽快采取行动，通过了俄罗斯的第2个修正的建议。但是今年的10月30号，俄罗斯再次提交了第3个北极的修正划定案。同时呢，大陆边缘动力学的高速发展带动了大陆架化解技术的发展，也使得沿海国有更多的科技理论来重新修改完善自己本国的大陆架化界，这样就会导致委员会审议的时间工作量大力增加，海量的科学数据使得委员会审议时间拉长，由于对数据进行处理、解释和验证，这样每个划定案的审议时间大致在4到9年。同时呢，沿海国利用新的数据和理论，在一些科学观点上突破了常规传统的地球科学理论，比如海底扇和阳极，导致化解主张突破了350海里，而进入了2500米等深线外侧100海里的界限，给出了主张面积大幅度扩大。同样，由于科技水平的不同，导致了对某些沿海国的不公平。除了科学理论的发展，大陆架化解科学技术也获得突飞猛进的发展，特别是一些新型调查船进海底调查设备的采用，获得了高质量的调查数据，对大陆架化解提供了技术的支持。沿海国不断扩大自己的主张和区域和面积，比如在北极，俄罗斯、加拿大、丹麦和挪威都提出了北极的大陆架发展主张，这些区域基本重叠。俄罗斯在2011年划定案主张的基础上，外部界限穿越了北极极点，直达加拿大和丹麦的200海里线，主张面积达到了163万平方千米。加拿大则是在2019年提交的基础上，于2022年重新向外部界限穿越北极极点，到直达俄罗斯的200海里线，主张面积达到了193万平方千米。丹麦也是直达俄罗斯的200海里线，主张面积有90万平方千米。这样呢，就会导致北极目前仅仅剩余可能不到10%的国际海底面积。相信随着气候变化的加剧，北极冰层进一步的融化，北极航道的重要性也更为突出。北极的地缘政治、资源分配、区域承接、生态环境治理及保护区问题也会出现与加剧，所以北极需要全球的合作与治理。随着科技的高速发展，发展中国家的大陆架划界也遇到了极大的困难。首先，划界案需要采集高质量的数据，但是发展中国家难以提供足够的资金。第二，大陆架划界是一个综合性高度复杂的工程， 需要至少国家政府部级部门的全方位介入，甚至需要全国的科研机构和政府机构一起参入。但是，发展中国家的能力在这方面天眼不足。第三，大陆架化解案的审议等待时间长达11到14年，期间需要保持一支长期纪律大陆架化解科技队伍，一旦审议，同委员会的配合需要4到9年，耗费大量的时间和精力。还有用于化解案的 GIS 地理信息系统软件是发达国家开发的系统，购买和维护比较昂贵，发展中国家难以承受。当然了，对于某些化解案的建议，联合国也可能不同意，审议的时间也会加长。同时呢，用于支持发展中国家委员及时出现的联合国总部召开的会议的资金的支持也是至关重要的。比如说，非洲的目前的大陆架化解也面临了日新月异的科技的挑战和委员会对数据精度的高要求挑战。38个非洲沿海国家提交了20个化解案，主张面积达到了700万平方千米。委员会呢，目前仅仅批准了5个化解案建议，主要原因是缺乏用于大陆架化解的高精度深部地球物理数据和全覆盖的多步数地形数据，以及采样原位的采样数据。中国作为联合国海洋公约缔约国，对支持发展中非洲国家的大陆架化解做出了目前应有的贡献。目前在非洲、尼日利亚、莫桑比克、塞舌尔和马达加斯加等4个国家实施了5个国际合作航次，同时也实施了3个海洋空间规划研究，筹建了1个征非中心，召开了大陆架国际会议和人员的培训，支持了非洲的能力建设，特别是在塞舌尔是全链条的帮助他们实现了一块外大陆架化解的主张。如果我有时间的话，我这边还有3分钟的一个视频，我简单释放一下关于中非大陆架的一个国际合作的历史和调查的过程。
Holding national symposium on scientific and legal aspects of the regimes of the continental shelf and the area. A high-profile forum set by a team led by an academician General Lee from Second Institute of Oceanography, Ministry of Natural Resources of the People's Republic of China, and the Advanced Technology. China and African countries initiated cooperation on the research of continental shelves. In 2020, China reviewed strong geoscience research groups with successful related. In 2016, China, Mozambique, and China Seychelles joined research groups achieving fruitful results. In 2021, as IO executed new joint research groups on Mozambique and Madagascar, and a cooperation between parties involved, which remain heights. The success of China and Africa joint research groups has promoted cooperation and communication, as well as signing agreements between relevant institutes of Africa and ASEAN. It has also promoted the ministerial level cooperation agreements between China and African countries, including Seychelles and Mozambique. In addition, China and Mozambique have jointly held 4 marine-science forums and launched collaborative research on marine spatial planning. Moreover, the training of African students supported by the marine scholarship of China has also added a local touch to China and Africa continental shelf cooperation. As a powerful witness of China and Africa joint construction of Maritime Road, the 2 sides will further look at and deepen cooperation in the marine sciences.
我的结论目前是，大陆架划界是国际海洋治理的重要组成部分，涉及到地缘政治、资源分配、环境保护、气候变化等 需要全球沿海国加强合作，和平有理的利用大陆架。争端只能在沿海国之间谈判解决，委员会不去处理任何争端。全球要和平的利用大陆架，大陆架化解的科技和数据是至关重要的。同时呢，需要开展发展中国家的能力建设。公约也需要进一步的完善，需要避免无休止的划定的建议与修正案。提交的划定案国家需要缴费，需要足够的资金来支持委员会的运转。好，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Professor Tang Ying, for your keynote speech. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on our program to session 5, Goal 14 of UN 2030, Agenda and Sustainable Development of Marine Fisheries. Let's invite all the panelists of the session to come to the stage. And we also have one speaker online. Okay. Okay, I have the honor to invite Professor Holden again to chair the session. Professor Holden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have today a very ambitious topic. We have, I believe, 8 speakers, but the question of sustainable development of marine resources, I think, really is at the heart of the entire symposium. It's a big topic, but we're fortunate to have 8 talented speakers of very different backgrounds, an international panel that will, I think, do this subject justice. I would note that in the United Nations 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development, Article 14 speaks specifically to the need to both protect the marine resources, but also to develop them in a systematic manner. It is now my pleasure to invite the first speaker, Professor Wang Kun-Sing, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Chairman, and also ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow panelists. It is my honor of having this opportunity to talk about the issues on the ocean governance concerning the SDG 14. And I would like to say thank you, especially to the co-organizers and also Dr. Wu Shichun for kind invitation, so that I could have this excellent opportunities to meet friends and making new friends. And my topic today is on Japan's policy of discharging radioactive contaminated water. Its policy, and also concerning with the under the framework of the SDG. The Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster in 2011 is the largest nuclear accident since the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. And the disaster resulted in the release of radioactive materials into the environment, and also generated huge amount of contaminated water. Japan plans to discharge over 1 million tons of the so-called treated contaminated water from Fukushima into the Pacific Ocean. And that kind of procedure will last almost 3 decades, and beginning on the 24th August this year. According to Japan, it says that the filtering process will remove sodium 90 and iodine 129, and the concentration of carbon 14 is far lower. However, Greenpeace argues that the nuclear risks have not been fully assessed, and the biological impacts of tritium, carbon 14, strontium 90, and iodine 129, they have been ignored. So the situation is coming to the very serious stage. And this set of 17 SDGs encompasses a diverse array of challenges aimed at forging a better future for all. Among these goals, SDG 14, which is under the title of Life Below Water, is directly related to the Japanese discharging issue. SDG 14 is a critical component of the United Nations Sustainable Development Framework, recognizing the vital role that oceans and marine life play in maintaining the ecological balance of our planet. So, under the SDG 14, there are several important items and the issues that we have to pay attention to. First of all is about the conservation of marine ecosystem. Just because of the discharging policy, how does this policy align with the objective of conserving maritime ecosystems? And what are the potential consequences for marine biodiversity, including fish populations and coral reefs? Second, it is about the sustainable utilization of marine resources. To what extent does Japan's policy reflect the principle of sustainable utilization of marine resources? And this is one of the cornerstones of SDG 14. And the third, that is about the cross-border impacts. Cross-border impacts means that especially we have to take care of the oceans and their inhabitants do not adhere to political borders. How does this policy affect neighboring countries? And what kind of mechanisms are needed for international cooperation to mitigate potential transboundary issues? And the fourth is about the long-term environmental effects. My argument is, what is the outlook for the long-term environmental impact of this discharging policy on the health and the resilience of marine ecosystem? And how can the international community work together to monitor and address these effects, given the overarching aim of Sustainable Development Goals 14? And the last one is about the sustainable development versus environmental risk. Balancing sustainable development objectives with the potential environmental risk to life below water is a complex challenge. How can we strike a balance that ensure both the development needs of Japan and also the preservation of marine ecosystems in line with SDG 14? This is the simulation of the circulation in the North Pacific Ocean. From the top left, we can understand that if we release the contaminated water from Fukushima every day, then after 2 years, that kind of impact would cover almost 80% of the North Pacific Ocean. So we can understand how serious it is. And also most serious is, this is the migration route for the sauri, Pacific sauri. In Chinese terms, that would be called 秋刀鱼. I think this is a very common and popular fish that we can take in the restaurant. So probably we have to think twice before we eat it for the future. Okay, so obviously, Japan has done something which is shaking and stirring the Pacific Ocean. I don't think it will be like James Bond. He wanted the martini to be shaken, not stirred. And Japan's discharging policy raised several issues. I would just list them here. First of all, damaging the maritime environment, and then lacking reliable scientific information, ignoring stakeholders' interests, and bearing international responsibilities. So now let's come to the wrapping up period. What should we do in the future? I propose two things. First one, that is for the high politics. I propose that we should to form a kind of international organization. I even name that organization as the Asia Pacific Clean Ocean Union, APCOU, APCO. So we can work together to harmonize our policy on the ocean governance for the Pacific Ocean. And secondly, that is purely about the scientific research. I believe that it will be the necessity for all of us to set up or to establish Western Pacific monitoring and surveillance stations along the coast of the East and West Pacific Ocean, and also for the southern part, that is for the small islands in the South Pacific Ocean. I think through this kind of high politics and the scientific research, so that we could have a better ocean governance, especially related to the Japan's discharging radioactive contaminated water into the Pacific Ocean for a better ocean governance in this region. And my presentation is here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wong. I should have noted as well that Professor Wong is a professor at the Graduate Institute of Political Science at Taiwan Normal University. And thank you also for being precisely on time, right to the second. It's now my pleasure to invite Cheryl Itakar, Fellow of the Center for the Straits of Malacca, Marine Institute of Malaysia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. So after a couple of years, this is my second trip here to Sanya. So I'm really excited to see some familiar faces and also make new contacts. I'd like to particularly take this opportunity to thank Dr. Wu and also Dr. Wang, NISCSS, for the invitation that was extended to MIMA. And with the time that I have, I'm happy to share with you a little bit on the fisheries management aspects, especially in the South China Sea, but from the broader perspective of conservation and sustainable management of marine living resources and environment from a regional perspective. Now, just quickly before I go into the presentation, for those that are not familiar with the institution, MIMA is actually a national government policy think tank for the Malaysian government. So we work on a number of policy research areas, and my area is pretty much environment. Now, the outline of this presentation would be a brief introduction. I think a lot has been said since yesterday. A little bit of focus on SDG 14 and blue economy, because we cannot run away from talking about blue economy development when we try to discuss fisheries management in this region. And what is the status of fisheries itself? What are some of the legal bases for cooperation among us? And maybe some suggestions for us to further ponder and discuss. Now, this one slide shows a snapshot of blue economy in this region. There are a couple of areas that are very crucial, pretty much common areas between the countries that surround this South China Sea. And this is non-exhaustive, but nevertheless, some of the major areas would be intra-regional global trade, shipping and ports are a major area, living and non-living resources, other economic and industrial activities from the maritime sectors. And all these different regions, different countries in this South China Sea area features key infrastructure, population is growing, commerce and business centers, as we've seen in some of the presentations. It is developing, emerging economic regions along the coast, and all these different sectors, like I mentioned, creates multiplier effect. They affect one another. Hence, the whole focus on environment and fisheries should come together in that sense. You can't just look at it in one sector base. There is growing global demand for marine resources, unfortunately or fortunately, for those who love seafood. But nevertheless, the opportunities are bound for economic prosperities, but the issues and challenges would need to be addressed quickly in the time to come. Otherwise, there will be major food security issues and environmental degradation that we would have to tackle. Now, with the limited time I have to there is a big study that we did with PEMC. I think someone mentioned PEMC, intergovernmental platform yesterday in the presentation. This is based in Manila. Now, the countries that you see on the bar was part of this blue economy baseline assessment a couple of years ago. And the work was done basically at the national level, and then this was put together at PEMC level to make a comparison, because we often talk about blue economy, but what is the baseline for countries was something to ponder, and we got this kind of information. Now, one thing that I usually emphasize is it should be higher than what we have, because we tried the best to calculate based on the information that was available. So if the figures you see here, probably at the moment, it would be higher than what we're showing here. So obviously, China is pretty much the highest. But for me, from Malaysia, we then found out, from not knowing exactly how much the contributions are from the ocean, we found out that at least 23%, I think probably now it's already reaching 30%, the GDP is contributed from the maritime sectors. Fisheries was one of the traditional, yesterday also someone mentioned emerging and existing areas. Fisheries was categorized as a traditional existing area in this assessment. So you'll see that it will further grow in the time to come. Now, the South China Sea in fisheries context is one of the top most productive fishing zones. And I think we've also seen this, where the coral reef, seagrass, mangroves, which provides the nursery for fisheries resources, are all found in this region pretty much. It accounts for at least 12% of the global fish catch. Now, whenever I mention figures, I like to emphasize that if you try to find information out there, you'll find different figures. You'll find accurate figures at national level, but when you try to compare it at the regional level, it's usually quite difficult. So available information now shows pretty much about 12%. And it employs around 3.7 million people. And these figures does not account the IUU fishing. That is unrecorded. There are about 1.72 million fishing boats. And the problem is this region is also, despite to the importance, is threatened by overfishing caused by several factors. I'll just skip this. It shows the numbers for South China Sea. Now, I've already mentioned that the South China Sea produce, at least if I can give it in ratio, 1/10 of the world total marine fish catch. But the figures that you really have to pay attention is that at least 70 to 95% of these stocks has been depleted since 1950s. Catch rates has declined by 66 to 75% over the last 20 years. And if this is not addressed seriously, we would have to face challenges from food security or even environmental security in the time to come. Those figures, those pictures you see there are some of those where the coral reefs has been destroyed, and that affects fisheries as well. Now, the assessment by FAO in 2019, specifically for target 14.4 of the SDG, shows generally the South China Sea is close to meeting the target of this SDG. We don't want to be in the red zone. That means we can still save the resources, but we have to take collective actions to address this issue. That's the point here. Now, I won't dwell too much on these areas because I think most of the speakers also mentioned this yesterday. But just to snapshot some of the regional actions on the South China Sea that would also focus on fisheries management in a way or another would be the 1992 ASEAN Declaration on South China Sea is the basic, the 2002 Declaration on the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea, the 2016 Joint Statement on the Application of Code of Unplanned Encounters at Sea in South China Sea, and of course the 27 Foreign Ministries of ASEAN and China on the Code of Conduct for South China Sea. But I like to focus specifically on this one. The 2002 declaration highlighted a number of areas. Again, I believe this was mentioned briefly in the last session yesterday. Some of the key points that we have to consider between us, the countries bordering the South China Sea, would be that we need to uphold the efforts to resolve territorial and jurisdictional disputes by peaceful means. We have to exercise self-restraint from actions that are related to destroying the environment and stability and so on. We have to try to build trust and confidence and find ways to do that. Now, if I can just elaborate a little bit on this, there has been many expert groups meetings at regional level involving also China and the ASEAN countries. But it's interesting to see that in the last decade or so, it was very much focused on environmental protection, experts coming together, policymakers coming together on environment, not so much on fisheries. I think fisheries is just gaining momentum at the moment where there is some efforts on transboundary fish stocks assessment, but we definitely need to do more on that and explore and undertake cooperative activities on this area. Now, the legal basis, again, I think this was mentioned yesterday, just to emphasize Article 192, we have to uphold that. Article 123 of semi-enclosures for South China Sea would include those three areas: the management, conservation, exploration and exploitation of living resources, the rights and obligations to protect the marine environment, and of course, marine scientific research on stock assessment and so on. And this cooperation should be without prejudice. Like I mentioned just now, we have to try to trust each other. Only then we can try to come up with accurate information on fisheries in this region. Now, this is my last slide. It's quite worthy because this is a big topic, but I want to throw at you a couple of suggestions for further consideration. One of those would be, if we want to enhance further cooperation on South China Sea, it cannot be based primarily on the overlapping territories and maritime claims. We have to first take that into consideration. At the moment, it's usually difficult because we are all guarding our own areas. So we don't want to let another country come in and collaborate to try to look how much fish is probably there. But if you look at the sector itself, fish does not recognize border. Right? So we have to try to uphold. That would be the basic. And this is important for all of us individually and as a country and as a region, because most of our local people, our coastal communities depend on fish and food security for their livelihood. The second part would be, we've been doing a lot on cooperation. I think this was mentioned also, but there could be more emphasis on transboundary areas when we talk about fisheries. What about studies that look into climate change effects? What about pollution with regards to fisheries? So we have to look into the broader picture in that sense as well. And then we have to try to look into outcome-based fisheries management targets. The need for comprehensive assessment, I think I've mentioned this, we need accurate data and maybe as possible real-time data to try to look into, what is the stocks like. So usually the data is a bit outdated. There are many opportunities to adopt EAFM, ecosystem-based fisheries management approach in our fisheries policies and environmental policies. There are further opportunities with regards to current CBD targets of 30% and also ABNJ to try to come up with not just MPAs in our respective country, but shared MPAs or MPA networks. That would be something to discuss further. We have to try to look into subsidies that encourages overfishing and try to look into enforcement between flag states and occupiers. With that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your remarks. It is now my pleasure to invite Xue Guifeng. She is the chair professor of the Koguang Law School at Shanghai Jiao Tong University. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates, friends, and colleagues. It's such a great pleasure catching up physically, in person with some old friends and making some new ones. I do have a slide, but I think with this format, I prefer not to use it. So I just present my outline. My major view is that I'm talking about sustainable fisheries management. And I think that can be achieved from integrated inter-institutional cooperation coordination. And I see the opportunities by the Agenda 2030 for sustainable management, and also the newly concluded agreement of BBNJ agreement. So with that, I think I can stop anywhere. When we talk about sustainable fisheries management, we all understand how important the issue is. And there's such a long, very traditional industry in the marine domain. So it's really have feed so many populations and, for the protein and things like that. I won't go into details. But at the moment, it has been a major component for the ecosystem approach for the conservation sustainable use of the ocean resources, particularly marine living resources. However, the goal has been quite difficult to achieve, and mainly due to many reasons. We talk about fisheries, the world fisheries crisis, and there are so many reasons. But if you look at the legal side, probably more fragmentation of international instruments, and also the weak implementation for the management framework. I think for fragmentation, probably that's a major feature of the or defects of international law, and not much we can do. But with the implementation, I think a lot can be done to improve the effectiveness of international fisheries instruments. Even just by way of cooperation, we will substantially improve the performance or the effectiveness of the legal frameworks. So under the current situation, I think it can be achieved by integrated inter-institutional cooperation coordination. And we can see if we quickly go back to the institutional setting or mechanism for fisheries management within the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and also the post-UNCLOS fisheries instrument, we can see a lot of, in addition to the general obligation for conservation measures, and also a lot of provisions emphasize the cooperation among fishing states, among the fishing states and coastal states, and things like that. Particularly like UN Fish Stock Agreement encourages cooperation between fishing states. A lot of provisions we can see take it as an obligation to cooperate. And both of them, they have reflect the fact that their objectives need to be pursued or achieved by cooperation among fishing states, particularly in the area beyond the national jurisdiction. That's what the newly concluded BBNJ agreement really covers. And they try to take into account of the interdependence of stocks, the effects on species associated or dependent upon the harvested species. That's an improvement, because previously they protect only single species, and then they move to the species habitat and the whole ecosystems. And that with that approach, that emphasized the importance of cooperation to achieve sustainable fisheries. And then I think the second opportunity, probably more important than UNCLOS itself and subsequent fisheries agreement or instruments, is the agenda, the 2030 agenda, and its 17 goals, particularly goals 14 and 17. And with that, we can see this soft law kind of thing adopted in 2015, and really emphasize the sustainable development in all the ocean-related areas. And it has 17 goals and 169 targets and 231 unique indicators shaped direction of global and national development policies. That's really covered basically everything. All the as a framework, covered everything related to the sustainable development. In particular, the SDG goal 14 is to conserve and sustainable use the oceans, seas, and marine resources. And that's really specifies the sustainable fisheries management. And goal 17 strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. So we can see the really goals, give us the goal or the direction for to achieve sustainable development by the global partnership. And so the 17 SDGs at the heart of this agenda serve as urgent calls for action by all countries, developing or developed, to work together to build up a global partnership. And it provides further clarification for the management goals, mechanisms, and also means and the linkages and the integrated nature of these SDGs, and are crucially important to ensuring the objectives of the agenda being achieved, and also reflect further the demand for integrated interinstitutional cooperation coordination. And with the BBNJ agreement, and it really present the new opportunities. Even though we know fisheries have been excluded through the not undermining principle, but the significant intersections among these 4 themes, and also have the mandates and activities on RFMO regional fisheries management bodies will certainly enhance the existing international organizations, institutions, and arrangement, and this might function as a bridge to coordinate. I think I see it at least in 2 areas, two aspects, like enhancing the function and the operation of RFMOs, and also to enhance the performance of fisheries management measures by the deployment of ABMTs, area-based management tools, including MPAs, because the setup of MPAs certainly protect fishery resources. So the member states of the BBNJ agreement could use RFMO as a platform to comply with their duties under the agreement and to formulate effective management mechanism for international fisheries. And the wide establishment MPAs will certainly facilitate the management performance for the protected species. Of course, both will be rely on the potential and the possibilities of interinstitutional cooperation and coordination among RFMOs and between RFMOs and the new BBNJ agreement. But my view is that through the interinstitutional cooperation and coordination, by way of enhancing the role or the performance of RMOs, that will certainly improve the effectiveness of all the international fisheries instruments. A little bit about the RMOs. We know how they operate, and in practice, they play an important role in cooperation, and they are really the main driver of international fisheries regulations. And some of them, they function as like a protect specific for tuna or some anadromous species and things like that. They have their different roles, different regulatory competence, and they can adopt legally binding conservation management measures. So they can, with the further enhance the international framework, they can put into practice of all the management measures or the like the 17 SDGs, particularly 14 and 17, and to achieve the ecosystem approach. So I think there is a lot of, certainly there are key points for the cooperation among that. I don't have time to specify those, but I just emphasize between the cooperation, the possible way for coordination and cooperation, they can use the existing RFMOs, use their practice, and to oversee the implementation of ABMTs of the new agreement. And also the new agreement could provide solid scientific evidence and information in relieving pressure of the RMOs. So they work really together toward each other, even they don't institution by mechanism. So I think to conclude, I think for the sustainable fisheries management, we say that a lot. We have been feeling the pressure since last century, I think 1970s. And we are still facing a lot of challenges or crises for the fisheries management. But if you look through the international legal framework or all the fisheries instruments, we understand we are not in lack of international instrument, legally binding or soft laws. I will talk about the 2030 agenda and also its sustainable SDG goals. But what we need are really the effective implementation of the existing ones, and with integrated interinstitutional coordination and cooperation. As I said, we have the goals, we have the agenda, we have the goals, and we have the new agreement. Whatever put into the ocean, if they work together And we really can, I think, achieve the sustainable use of fisheries resources and then the sustainable management of the world oceans. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your remarks and in general for people staying on time. It's now my pleasure to invite Tabitha Mallory, who is the founder and CEO of the China Ocean Institute, affiliate professor of the University of Washington in Washington State. Please.
Thank you, Gordon. Good morning, everyone. 早上好. I want to thank the organizers for having me here, in particular Wu Yuanzhang and also Wang Yuanzhang, and all of you for coming. I think my remarks actually build really well upon what Cheryl and Shuigui Fang were saying, particularly in terms of an ecosystem-based management approach to fisheries. And so what I'm hoping to do in this presentation is to suggest that we tweak our framing of the SDGs and focus. So, I think we all have to be realistic. We need the ocean for resources, but I think the emphasis has been a little bit too much on the human need for the resources. And if we recenter our focus to be a little bit more balanced and to appreciate the intrinsic value of nature, I think ultimately in the long run, that will actually create even more benefits for us as humans. So when I was thinking about preparing my remarks for this, a bit like one of the presenters yesterday who was thinking about the definition of global governance, I was thinking about the history of how we came to our international system today. And it was a really grim history through wars of conquest and state death. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the professor Shuping Tang from Fudan University, who wrote a book about this about 10 years ago. And he talks about how in 1000 BCE, there were about 600,000 independent states, essentially. And over time, we fought wars until they decreased to about 200 today. And the turning point was really only in 1945, so less than 100 years ago, when we realized that it's just in nobody's interest to just fight each other. The cost to ourselves of fighting war are too high, except for Russia. Russia is still, I think they'll probably conclude also that it's not really worth it. So I was thinking, for the oceans, this is a completely new frontier and the challenges are so much more complex, and it's going to really take a leap of consciousness to grapple with this issue. We've the distribution of resources from the ocean, it's figuring out how to distribute those, how to access them, what's in it. We still don't know about an estimated 90% of the marine species in the ocean, and who gets what. War is also still a possibility, as we've discussed. And we might also destroy ourselves, life on the planet, while we are trying to figure this out. And actually, I should clarify, we probably won't actually destroy all life on the planet. Even the worst extinctions in history, we've only destroyed maybe like 96% of the life on the planet. So something will survive, it just won't be us. So here are the, just in a nutshell, the SDG 14 targets. Fisheries kind of runs through all of this. The one I want to really focus on is that fifth one, which was initially conserve 10% of marine and coastal areas. And scientists now think really we need about 30% to, just to continue the, a healthy life on the planet. And a couple of years ago, some scientists evaluated what parts of the ocean would be the best contenders for protection, kind of, given this framework. And as you can see all the way on the right of the slide here, the South China Sea is really a high priority area. Especially the Spratly features. And so if you look more closely at what this all looks like underwater, these are all seamount areas. We talk about them as features and who has sovereignty over them. But if you talk about it in terms of nature, these are seamounts that support a lot of life. And it's not just, as both Cheryl and Julia Shui were saying, it's not just the fish that we depend on. Most of the species in the ocean are actually benthic species. And they're not commercially significant, but they support the species that are commercially significant. And so they are living in all those areas that are closer to the ocean and are really in need of protection. But when we think about how we're portraying these resources, it's generally very anthropocentric, so very geared from a human need perspective. And so if we look at, for example, like a lot of the fishing maps, They are portraying where the stocks are through human activity. This is fisheries dependent data, essentially. And here's another example of IU fishing. So we're just looking at where everyone is going after the resources. And if we think about the oil and gas, which is another important resource in the seabed, there are so many maps of the estimated oil and gas reserves in the seabed. And so the framing of this is all these resources are here, how can we best access them? Where are they? How can we extract them? But what I would suggest is if we flip this narrative to be, what do we have in, on the ocean floor that is of value that we can protect? I think that would be really helpful. So first of all, I want to say really quickly about oil and gas offshore drilling. It's very destructive. And if we're concerned about protecting the South China Sea, especially like around the Spratly features, like drilling for oil and gas is not a good idea. And these are just some of the problems that happen from routine operations. But then when you get into issues like accidents, they actually happen a lot more than we think. I mean, certainly some of the really big accidents like the Deepwater Horizon blowout happen, maybe every 17 years, but there are weekly accidents from oil and gas drilling. And one of the problems too is the platforms in the South China Sea are getting farther from shore and deeper, and that's when you have a higher likelihood of accidents happening. So, I think it's really important to think of these issues in terms of science. Again, we all recognize that we need these resources, but I think it's going to take some creative thinking to to figure out a way to meet the energy needs, particularly of the Southeast Asian states, without them, destroying the coastal areas that are closest to their own coastlines. So we can shelve that for later, but it's going to take some creative thinking. So back to, portraying nature for its own intrinsic value. So if we think about, especially the coral reefs, they account for less than 1% of the seabed, but they support nearly 30% of marine life. So they have intrinsic value, but they also have some really great value for us potentially too, marine genetic resources, other scientific advances. And if we think about the South China Sea and compared to the rest of the world, places like the Atlantic have a number of coral species, 35, the Persian Gulf, 57 species, the Red Sea, a lot of people think about the diving in the Red Sea, 200 species, Southeast India, 117. The South China Sea has 571 coral species. So these are areas that we really should be thinking about protecting. It's more than all these other areas in the rest of the world. But if you compared to those maps that I showed of the oil and gas reserves, if you think about what we've actually mapped, what we've actually explored in the South China Sea, it's very little. So here's a map of the monitoring sites of coral reef in Southeast Asia. And as you can see, none of the ones in the South China Sea are really monitored. There's also a chart here that shows essentially the same thing, that 6 is the South China Sea. And if you compare it to other nearby regions, there's very little monitoring or observation of the coral in these areas. And remember, these are areas that have some of the richest levels of coral in the world. Same with some of the visually documenting the coral reef sites and surveying them for number of species and mapping that out. Around the world, there's some other projects doing that, but nothing in the South China Sea, which is the the center of this kind of biodiversity. This is a really cool project, Underwater Earth, that is mapping in 360-degree views the coral. Well, this is the Great Barrier Reef, but one of the panelists yesterday talked about just kind of like more public dissemination of knowledge and public outreach. And I mean, imagine having things like this in our classrooms in all of our countries, and students being able to participate, to appreciate what is actually in the oceans by looking at these 360-degree views of the coral. And so, yeah, so I suggest that, we also should have maps of the marine biodiversity of the South China Sea. We don't have any maps of this. It's outrageous to me that we don't. And so I think if we portray this as, these really valuable assets that are important to all of humanity, I think we can really make some progress towards not killing everything off. So one way to start thinking about doing this is figuring out how to evaluate and propose the South China Sea as an ecologically or biologically significant marine area through the Convention on Biological Diversity. So this does not prejudice the sovereignty claims. There's a couple of scientists from Singapore, that paper that's on there, that have actually started doing this. And they found that the criteria from the CBD, applying it to the South China Sea, essentially all of the criteria apply except for biological productivity. And my guess is that the biological productivity part is because it's overfished. So if it were better preserved, that would rebound. So that's something we could all work together on. And then, perhaps later that turns into ideas for area-based management tools, things like marine protected areas. So this will be hard. One suggestion I have is that we all remember that we can have differences of opinion and still be friends. And I think that is the atmosphere of this forum, which is great. And then I'll just finally say that the reason why I became interested in China and studying Chinese was Taoism. I came across Taoism when I was in high school and thought, wow, this is a philosophy that the world really needs. And so I think I just kind of pulled this out as an example of, we think about the common heritage of mankind. I mean, really, I think that's kind of like this Taoist philosophy is kind of what informs that. It takes really all of us. We need an inclusive approach. We're all leaders. We all need to work on these issues together. And then hopefully in the end, we can all say, we did it. Thanks. Oh.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I'd not expected that Taoism would be found on the course of this panel, but well done. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to invite, this is going to be a virtual presentation, I believe, from Naporn Opahanche, who is the Assistant Professor of International Law at the Thammasat University in Thailand. Please.
Thank you, Professor Holden. Good morning to all distinguished panels and ladies and gentlemen. I really have to say that I'm sorry that I cannot.
Online? This is.
Yeah,
Are we ready?
Can you hear me? I'm in already.
I made a mistake in the order. In fact, looking carefully, has been pointed out to me that on the program, we first go to Tony Fung, who is the professor of business school at Stockholm University in Sweden. Tony, please, Professor, take the stage, and then we'll follow up next with Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished organizers, delegates, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tony Fung. I'm from Sweden, Stockholm University. It's my great pleasure and honor to speak at this amazing symposium. Particular thanks go to President Wu and your wonderful team. I'm from a very different discipline. Could I just switch this? Okay. I'm from very different discipline, international business, or more specifically, cross-culture organizational approach to studying business. So within international business, we have a number of assumptions. We focus on organizations. Here are some takeaways from my probably 10 minutes, yes, less than 10 minutes presentations. Like it or not, the hyper-globalization era is over. So we are in the new era of redefining our times. We may call it anti-globalization, deglobalization, or re-globalization. So we need new thinking, new approach, new paradigms, probably new ideas. This is how we are here today. And I was very impressed by the organization of this symposium and also yesterday's discussions. So peaceful and sustainable governance demands, of course, for multidisciplinary insight and collaborations. Okay, and yeah, I would say that a number of new concepts are welcome. One of them is co-opetition, is simultaneous existence of both cooperation and competition with one and the same counterpart. And also some of the organizational approach to studying business could be useful. At the end of my presentation, I would suggest the idea of building the South China Sea region into a joint stock company or joint venture organization. So in international business research, and we focus on organization as a basic unit of analysis. For example, we study how organizations be established, okay, and how organizations develop, sustain, and internationalize, how corporate policy and the corporate diplomacy are pursued, and how organizational cultures and values and innovations are performed, and also how economic performance and ecological performance, environmental performance, and society performance are measured. Okay, so when international business policymakers and practitioners and scholars meet, I think we are aware of different backgrounds we have with us. We might come from very different territories with different nationalities, cultural backgrounds, religious beliefs, and so on. But we don't focus on these differences, and we seek common grounds while reserving our differences. We reach harmony through discussions, although we really have different perspectives. So I would say that the differences could also be used as a source of inspiration for continuous innovation. Going on, differences are no problem, and let's focus on organizations' goals, short-term or long-term. I argue that, okay, this international business approach to life, to organizing our activities could be useful, could be interesting to international relations scholars, practitioners, and decision makers. Yesterday, a delegate and a guest made a very bold statement saying that the literature hasn't been developing for the past 20 years. I think in academic meetings, we like bold statements and argumentations. I think if the literature hasn't been developing for the past 20 years, it must be high time to consider new perspectives, new suggestions, and new ideas. The current era is characterized by a lot of disruptions, including the increasing geopolitical rivalry between the United States and China, the world's two largest economies. And all these disruptions have caused impact on the dynamics of the South China Sea region. Over the years, symposiums, forums, discussions, and debates and negotiations have taken place. Frictions, conflicts still remain. I think it is interesting to see that how we might be able to come together to develop some new ideas. Here, okay, the idea is that I would like to suggest that let's treat nations organizations, how nations could work together to build organizations, okay, to see what we could do together. So far, the mainstream of debate, academic debate, policy-making forums have been dominated by either-or paradigm that is very much like a global north paradigm. This is interesting, of course, zero-sum geopolitical culture embedded thinking, which has its own strength and weaknesses. The strength could be that either-or focus, okay, clarity, and so forth, but essentially, philosophically, it is exclusivity thinking. To balance that, we are here. I think particularly I conduct research on the implications of Indian thinking for the sustainable and peaceful development of organizations, regions, and nations. So this thinking, the yin-yang philosophy, represents a new geopolitical culture that calls for inclusivity, which embraces three principles, that is holistic principles, dynamic principles, and dialectical principles. With that in the background, ladies and gentlemen, may I suggest that let's view the South China Sea region as a stock company, as a joint venture project between nations. Let's build up this company, okay, with inspiration from business administration perspective to build this company, okay, with the participation from the ASEAN countries and China, for example. And the mission and the vision of these companies could be defined. Of course, the vision could be the shared future for the South China Sea region. The mission is peace and development of SCS. And of course, the equity share, okay, with the analogy made from business administration, the equity share could be discussed and negotiated. And this equity share, the commitment could be increased based on the performance, okay, innovations, activities to be taken place. And yes, and the governance, yes, we should still abide by the international law and the UN Charter, and along this, the code of conduct in the South China Sea. Yeah, so let's try to do something together to discuss and develop policies and then make things happen, okay, for the peaceful and sustainable development of the South China Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. If I'm not mistaken, a second time, I believe that we are now going to have a virtual presentation by Naporn Papatanche, Assistant Professor of International Law at Thammasat University in Thailand. I look to our organizers to queue up this next presentation, please, assuming we're in contact with the professor. And here we
Hello,
are.
can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, all distinguished professors and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here in the conference again, but I'm really sorry that I cannot make it to Haiku this for this time, simply because of my illness, and I've just recovered. I just tell my doctors that I have to make sure that I'm ready for this conference, and he discharged me from the hospital right away. Okay, if I can share my presentation a bit. Okay, is it possible to share my presentations then, or because I'm not allowed to share from here? Otherwise, if it's possible for the organizers.
I think they're working on that now. Perhaps while we wait for your slides,
yeah,
here you might begin your comments.
Yeah. For today, I after all the very wonderful presentations ahead of me, I've tried to sidestep a bit to some others, pressing issues that are about to begin for the next round of negotiation with concerning the upcoming international legally binding instrument for plastic pollution, to which its third round of the international negotiations committee would kick off next week. So, but later last month, in fact, the zero draft of the instrument was released for comments and for discussions.
Dr. Napol, sorry to interrupt you. Could you please try it again to share your screen?
All right. Okay. Cool. It's coming now.
Okay. Now it works.
Well
done. 1 second. Is it online now?
Yes,
Sorry.
we can see it. Whoops. There we are.
Okay. My agenda today is that I really want to run through this this process of negotiations, what is actually going on, where are we up to, and what I see as the challenges and prospects for Southeast and East Asian regions, especially when it's come to the marine environment. And hopefully I can add some, something that we can do for the upcoming round of the negotiations. Well, it is from, in fact, last March 2022, where the United Nations Environment Assembly adopted resolutions to kick off the negotiation for the internationally legally binding instrument for plastic pollutions. It's aimed, in fact, to have these agreements ready to be signed and adopted by the end of next year. As we are now, we have passed already 2 rounds of negotiation. The first one took place in Uruguay last year, and the second sessions, in fact, took place in Paris early this year. And next week is actually scheduled for the 3rd round of the International Negotiating Committee in Kenya, Nairobi, at the UNEP headquarters. The ambitions of this negotiation, and of course, ultimately for the instrument, is aimed to have the agreements that address the full life cycle of plastics. It would be quite comprehensive approach to dealing with plastic pollution. It hopefully would equip with both binding and voluntary approach and mechanisms in order to allow states to meet that particular objective, and finally effectively deal with plastic pollution, especially and including in the marine environment. As I mentioned already, that the last month, the 0 draft of the text is actually been released, and there are lots of interesting things that we can witness, and I'm trying to snapshot some of these for you here. It is pretty much shows that there will be a form of international regulations when it comes to plastic pollutions, but it would not be plastic as a pollution anymore. But if you look at the 0 draft of the text, you will see that there are different types of objects that would be subject to international regulations if this particular instrument is adopted. Starting from the primarily plastic polymers, plastic would not be regulated when it's just finishing products already, but it would, the regulation would further upstream to polymers. It would also regulate chemicals or polymers of concerns. This is not just about, the initial substances for plastic production, but also those plasticizers or chemicals that add in order to make plastic product qualify certain characteristics, for examples like fire retardants that have been added to plastic. These in one way or another create impacts to the environment, and especially in the marine environment, so that these would be also subject of regulation as well. There will be other types that will be subject to regulation, the problematics and avoidable plastic pollutions. These would be mainly plastic that can be recycled, or certain types of plastic, single-use plastic products, which would be subject to regulation. And when I say subject to regulation, I mean that there are different kind of regulation. As we can see from the 0 text of the 0 draft, is that there will be the needs for states to identify certain type of plastics and phase out in a specific periods of time. There will be the target to be set by states in order to reduce plastics in line, with the requirement provided for in these particular instruments. And of course, there will be a more stringent and perhaps a more clear when it comes to single-use plastic on how state would go about, reduction or reducing, eventually eliminate those kind of products. Not just about the plastics, but there are the way in which states are required to act as well. I would say it's when it's come to management of these plastic pollution. The extended producer responsibilities is also one of the obligation, and these would require states and every state to adopt, the EPR or extended producers responsibility mechanisms as part of the domestic legislation or the domestic system, in order to ensure that these would help support the reduction and elimination of plastic pollution. The 0 draft of this plastic pollution agreement also addressed the emission and release of plastic throughout its life cycles. And it is not just about releasing plastics as waste, plastic waste, plastic bottle into different part of the environment, but it is quite ambitious in also releasing plastic as part of air pollution as well. And we're talking about the release of nano or microplastics that come out of different source, and it is very, very, very challenging when it comes to the source of these air pollution, because it can be from anywhere. Plastic waste management is also would be one of the things that has been regulated and to be further discussed by the negotiating states. And these also includes the management of existing plastic pollutions that already been in the environment, and also including you have to have the clear pan as well when it's come to plastic from the fishing industry, or all kind of fishing gears that have the plastic components, especially nets. These would also be subject to regulation and would require states to have a clear pan in the national actions and national policies and plans under these particular instrument, in order to make sure that those plastic release from fishing industry is actually being properly managed. That is perhaps some of the snapshots that I want to mention, but there are quite a few challenges ahead. And I think if we trying to use the metaphor from Game of Thrones, not only the winter is coming, but the winter is here now, because the real negotiations and these next round of international negotiating committees in Nairobi next week would be I would predict it to be quite a tough and intense negotiations. Why? Firstly, because all the different types of plastics or additives to be subject to regulation has yet to be determined, and that would be one of the issues that will be a hard fight between different states, because that would mean that taking in or taking out different types of plastic mean different effects and different level of impacts to the plastic industry within different states, and of course also to the those states that have the quite a bit of the petrochemical industry, where one of those initial substance for plastic, ethylene or propylene, is one of their products. One of the missing pictures is that when it talk about the national targets of reduction, national plans, this is from the text. I see it as a merely national target, and there are I haven't seen a clear possibility to jointly manage target of plastic pollution reduction as a regions. And these would be one of the challenge in Southeast Asia, or the wider East Asian region, simply because as things stand, there are many things that has many information point to our region as the main polluters, and without proper leeways or options, these would make each and every state in Southeast Asia or East Asian regions face this kind of problem. Extended producer responsibilities, as things stand in the text, it would require implementation only. There are no options for other comparable means, or the other means that provide equivalent effects. These would make it quite difficult for states as well, because it might be said, or it might be argued from some state, that the EPR would not fit within their domestic legal or political or even social systems, or they have other comparable means. But as things stand out, there are no kind of a possibility of having other alternative, which would be subject to the discussions further on as well. I think one of the important issues surrounding the negotiations or the text is when come to financing and capacity building support. If you look at the text, I haven't familiar with the text, you will see that within that the zero draft text, you will see a certain group of states congratulate them. In fact, was like the small island developing states find its place when it comes to receiving financial support or others different kind of support in order to combat plastic pollutions. There are merits in that, of course, because they are heavily impacted by all those stranded plastic in the marine environment that affect their coastline. But I think in order to make sure that we solve the problem at the right spot, we have to ensure that there are supports to the state that has been appointed as the the source of the leakage or the major polluters as well. Southeast Asia, there are many states that has been targeted by that kind of criticism, yet there are no such kind of financial supports or capacity building provide for the major polluters. Because if we are not helping them solving the problems, there will be more plastic flood in, and trying to solve the plastic in the marine environment will be too late, because that will be the end of the pipeline basically. So I think what we can do in the INCs to come next week is that at least as a regions, East Asian and Southeast Asian Sea regions, I think we should find a common ground, especially for the negotiations. Working together is the only way, not just only to protect interests and national interests, but also legal interests, and also our beloved South China Seas or the East Asian Sea. There were many issues that need to be discussed. What kind of plastic to be targeted or regulated under that kind of instruments. We need to have the option for regional target or regional corporations or regional management in order to build on our regional target and make it suit our needs. Of course, also said already, with the need for other comparable means in these to customize to the national interest and the regional interest, and make sure that there are leeways for us to work on plastic pollutions. Sufficient and financing support is needed. As I mentioned already, if everybody says that this is the leakage point, we have to fix the problem at the origin of the problem, which is where it is leaked. And hopefully there are more credits for those states that trying to solve the problem in the area where no one is actually want to. For example, in the high seas where there are existing plastics out there in the Pacific, there should be credits for that, adding to the regimes, and make sure that they have certain benefits to enjoy, and create incentive in order to solve the existing plastic in the marine environment. I think that is for what I want to say, and I conclude my presentation and welcome all the comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your comments on such an important subject. And now I'd like to invite Professor Lee Kwok from the Professor of International Law at the Inha University Law School in the Republic of Korea. Please, Professor.
Very good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to echo with the previous speakers to express my sincere thanks to the organizer to invite me part of this program. My special thanks should go to Dr. Woo Si-chun for this time, for his hospitality and the invitation again. I'm going to talk about these Fukushima issues. First speaker of this session, my dear colleague Dusty Wang, presents the same topic. And originally, my slide PowerPoint is about more than 50, but after his talk, I have to reduce by 5, including this cover page. So I'm going to talk about a little bit different aspects of these developments, in particular, a couple of issues right now have in Northeast Asia. And if you look at the map, here is to show us the Northeast Asia maritime jurisdiction. Like what we saw and what we discussed this conference in terms of the South China Sea. The ocean area in the Northeast Asia is not also very beautiful from the Korean perspective. The Korea surrounded by the major ocean power of the world, like China, Japan, Russia, and North Korea. We are confined by the very limited area. And the biggest problem is that we do not have any fixed maritime boundary with the neighboring states, with the very limited data in terms of a continental shelf with Japan. From the South Korean perspective, is the keeping that the maritime order is very much vital for our nation's safety and security and economy. And then recently, there is a big issues, although there is many issues because the ocean in Northeast Asia is largely composed of the overlapping area. And then recently, as the Dusty mentioned, that we have big issues in our regions. The Japan decided to release the water from the Fukushima Daiichi And I personally have a chance to on-site to visit the factory last April and to see that what's going on over there. And then when Japan released the water, their argument largely based the the main points. The first is that Japan are not violating any international law, including United Nations Convention Law of the Sea or London Dumping Convention and any other international instruments. As you see that the most contribution, if I say, from the UNCLOS to the ocean, I believe there is a protection preservation of the marine environment, which is described in part 12 of the UNCLOS. And but also we are on the same page is that the UNCLOS give a huge discretion to the individual sovereign state, so that the sovereign state can act some of the discretion by own national interest. And the London Dumping Convention, as you know, that it applied to the marine pollution from the vessels, not applied to the land-based pollution like the Fukushima, the Daiichi, the contaminated water. And but thinking about this, whether Japanese argument is correct still or not, is that we know that there is a huge developing area of the protection preservation marine environment, including like the share the information and conduct the environment impact assessments and share the data with your neighboring states. Whether I'm thinking about whether the states can act unilaterally without discuss and without the sharing information, can act like this act is quite the questionable issues for us. And the second issue is that what Japan say is the level of contamination is lower than their neighboring states, including China and Korea. And it is not sensible for me to compare with the disposal of the waste from the regular operation and disposal from the places where they are caused by the accidents, so that we have to see that the different aspects of their own arguments. And the third argument is recently come out, and their argument is actually based on the final reports of the international organization, which is the IAEA, to say that the system and the treatment of the Japan to release water is scientifically safe. The science, when you're talking about this term, is quite questionable. The excellence in science support informed policy, and informed policy lead to law based on knowledge and understanding. We're talking about good science make a good policy, and good policy make a good law. And then we're still debating what is the good science and what science argued by the Japan, based on IA final reports, is safe to us. There is some statements, one of the scientists, who we should be on our guard not to overestimate science and scientific method when it is a question about human problems. This is not my word. This is one of the scientists, in our generation or in his generation and beyond. Can you guess who talk about this statement? This is Albert Einstein's statements. When science related with the human beings, the science should be very carefully reviewed. And that this is what happened in our region in Northeast Asia. The problem in Northeast Asia here is that there is no leadership in international. This can be applied to Korea, and also this can be applied to China when it states, the acts based on international. As I mentioned, the three arguments raised by the Japan is that Japan's acts can be understood from the perspective of the international, because the Japan's argument is based on the legality of the minimum requirements international. And but if the states go with the only act based on legality, who can believe that state as a leader in international, how the states are making international norms? The leader should have a follower, and the follower have to see that what is the leaders, the act and behavior. In international, the same thing of the community, and as human beings to act as to follow abide by the law. We say that he's a good citizen, but we do not say that he's a great man. The great men do something with the legality, but the legality should go with the morality or spirit of the time. Think about the step practice of the Japan in terms of the Fukushima as so many at the senses are very disappointed international lawyers in our regions because that is a very bad precedence for the future because many states has like now the nuclear the plants and that the accidents of what happened to Fukushima can happen to everywhere in the world. And if the other state to follow that the precedence of what the Japan did and what Japan is doing, it is not a good example for the ocean in particular. I'm thinking about this, what is the best way to approach these issues? Because we know that the very rational of the Japanese argument for these issues that there is no international norms at this moment to control or regulate the nuclear waste, in particular disposal of the nuclear waste into the sea. When you talk about the clean ocean, or when you talk about a good marine environment, we talk about the good state practice of the state concerned. And so that I'm thinking about what is the best way for the world and the best way of the stakeholders in the region is that we have to think about this best the guidelines for the future, and that will followed by if they followed by the other follower of the region, they can provide the good examples, good guidelines to make a norm of the international law. And as I mentioned that in Asia, there are big states, many big states in ocean power, they surround it. And they're hoping that some states in the region to show that the good step practice in terms of the forming or in terms of the supporting the protection, preservation of the marine environment for the future, that will be a very good step to say that there is a leader in Asia to forming that the future international law. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. And now we have our final speaker. It's my honor to welcome Li Chun, Director of the CIRD Granville Center for Free Trade Port Legal Studies, China. Thank you.
谢谢吴院长，谢谢华阳，也谢谢南海研究院的邀请，同时也要谢谢中管院石富林院长的推荐。本来我有一个比较大的 PPT， 后来吴院长建议让我聚焦1个或2个问题。那好，我今天聚焦的问题就是海洋牧场在中国的法律实践。如果说5年前我们谈到海洋牧场，大家可能没有很清晰的概念，而在今天我们谈到海洋牧场，几乎每个人都有自己的轮廓和自己的认知。从今年以来，我们有3次大的政策上的推动，一个是今年1月份的中共中央的1号文件，非常明确了建立现代化的海洋牧场；一个是3月份的政府工作报告，非常明确，中国在未来5年将大体量的推动海洋经济，其中包括海洋牧场。还有一个大家应该记忆犹新的，就是10天前，中国国务院发布了《中国渔业发展报告》及2023中国渔业发展白皮书，里面有专章和专节来论述和阐述海洋牧场在中国发展的战略和趋势。当然，我们必须要看到，我们今天所讲的海洋牧场与日本、韩国和中国台湾大概在50年前、60年前所倡导和实践的海洋牧场 有了很大的和本质的区别，甚至于30年前，日本、韩国在非洲，比如说毛里求斯、马达加斯加所建的海洋牧场，也有很大和本质的区别。我们中国目前建的海洋牧场主要有2大特点：第一是现代化的海洋牧场，第二是智能化的海洋牧场。我们可以想象，海洋牧场，你可以说是一个篮球场或者一个足球场，你也可以想象这个海洋牧场可以是100个、500个篮球场和500个足球场，因为这个体量可以在特定的海域可以无限大。客观的说，中国海洋牧场在技术标准、产业标准、管理标准和监控标准方面已经领先于世界，这不是中国人自己说的。2022年的联合国粮农组织发布的2022年全球渔业发展报告里面非常清楚和清晰地界定了中国在海洋牧场的地位和它的功能，以及对世界渔业的贡献。如果说海洋给我们提供的是粮仓的话，那我可以讲，海洋牧场就是渔场，就是蟹仓，就是虾仓啊。如果说日本、韩国和中国台湾50年前做的那种海洋牧场，主要解决观光旅游和做人工岛礁，投放一些鱼吃的饲料，更多用于观光的话，而今天的海洋牧场已经是我们生活的必备品，因为它提供的除了种鱼以外，主要提供的是我们食物链中的鱼类产品，或者说海产品，或者叫水产品。从这个意义上来讲，它的意义是非常重大的。我做一个法律人，我们总结和纵观中国10年来的发展，我们中国大概用了10年的时间，建立了一套完整的法律体系，就是海洋牧场的法律体系。2013年，我们开始着手制定和修改包括渔业法、海洋法、海洋防止污染法等一系列的法律。5年前，我们制定了海洋牧场的技术标准、示范标准和管理标准。今年，我们发布了中国渔业发展的白皮书，或者叫中国渔业发展报告，都是在一条主线上，就是把它做产业化。那我个人认为，有几点是我们需要关注的。第一个问题，在海洋牧场的国别政策方面，中国持有了非常大的开放。也就是说，到目前为止，中国的在海洋牧场的国别政策没有任何壁垒，没有任何限制，我们可以跟世界任何一个国家、任何一片海域实行海洋牧场合作。第二个，在产业政策方面，无论中国吸引外资还是中国往海外投资，在海洋牧场的领域既没有限制，更没有禁止，都是鼓励的。第三个，我想在生态政策上，我们用最为严格的法治来约束了海洋牧场的所有的投放，必须是生态的，必须是环保的，必须是低碳的。总体来讲，必须是绿色的必须是绿色。比如说海洋牧场的我们的饲料、我们的药品和我们的装备，一定是符合联合国、符合中国签署的多边和双边的协定的，这一点是没有任何含糊的。所以说，在生态政策这方面，完全符合联合国2030年14号的这种指引的。第四个就是说，关于技术政策方面，我们现在的技术方面完全可以跟世界所有国家共享的。也就是说，中国在海洋牧场的技术规范，包括设计规范、建造规范、安装规范、管理规范方面，我们是完全成体系的。 特别我想强调的，在我们中国来讲，海洋牧场的现在采取产业叠加和行业叠加，比如说我们跟海洋的地热能的发电结合在一起，我们跟海洋的风力发电结合在一起。从这个角度来讲，我们都是一举两得或一举多得。我和大家分享一下，中国的海洋牧场已经向深海和远海过去来讲，我们的海洋牧场可能就是在一个特定的海域，但是现在来讲，我们有大型的网箱，我们有大型的工船。海南是我们中国的海洋大省，中国第一艘公船，养殖公船，就是在我们三亚。大家有时间可以到三亚湾去看一下。当时它代表了中国最先进的这个公船，养殖公船。我跟大家说，一条养殖公船一年的出渔量可以是几十吨，也可以是几百吨，甚至一条船的周期可以说达到1000吨级的。而我们现在的海洋牧场可以实行了公船跟网箱的合并，表象上是公船，实际上它既是公船又是网箱，在海下的是公船，海上的是网箱。过去来讲，我们一味的要选择海域，因为台风对海洋牧场的破坏力是非常大的。但是由于科技的发展，我们有横架式的网箱和横架式的网箱与公船的结合，就使得台风来之前，我船可以用动力船把它拉走，现在也可以不拉走。如果台风来的时候，我们把这个网箱往下沉，我们现在可以下沉到80米。那从这个角度说，我们的技术规范完全可以支持中国乃至跟国际合作的这一方海洋牧场的所有需求。还有一点我特别要谈到的，我们的人文政策。大家都知道，所有的海洋国家最初的产业就是渔民和渔业，而渔民和渔业的这种产业的发展，就是一个经济迭代的过程，也是一个科技迭代的过程。那我们要看到，很多国家还处于一种发展的阶段，很多还是靠小舢板、小船，靠渔民的近海作业。而由于海洋牧场，使得我们的渔业就从一个农民变成了一个渔业的产业工人，这样体现了中国政府和中国人民的人文政策。最后一个就是责任政策。在海洋牧场这个问题上，中国实行非常严格的海域管理，非常严格的设备管理，非常严格的饲料的投放管理。总体来讲，一个主题词就极为严格，相当严格，从来没有过的严格。因此我就说呀，中国的海洋牧场对于我们来讲，未来是我们生活的一个必需品。我跟大家通报一个比较，联合国的世界粮农组织每年发布的世界渔业的发展报告有一个数字，野生鱼跟海洋牧场所养的鱼已经没有什么区别了。从这意义上来讲，海洋牧场应该是离我们越来越近，或我们的生活或者我们的产业也未来越多的要与海洋牧场有密切的联系。好，谢谢各位。
Thank you very much, Professor. It would be possible for me perhaps to summarize all of the things that you've just heard. I'm not sure that's the best use of our time. I'll simply say that this has been a reminder to me of the remarkable diversity of approaches for this question of sustainable protection and development. And we've heard papers which focus on how to track the economic activity, how to work with agriculture. We've had commentaries on particular issues, two on the nuclear isotopes release, which I think is warranted given the significance of that development, pollution from plastics, ocean governance challenges, and also somehow Taoism and Professor Einstein have worked their way into the discussion. It's now time, and thanks to the discipline of our 8 speakers, we have time for questions. And I would simply ask that I can't read the names from here, that you either stand up or hold your hand up. If you could identify yourself and the institution with which you're associated. If you're going to make a comment, you keep it fairly short so we can use time for other questions. And then if you wish to pose a question to a particular speaker, that's fine. Or I can simply direct it. I see already a question here, please. Professor.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Professor Fang. I'm very impressed by your presentation. It's quite inspiring. But for me, if you propose to set up a joint venture company, the main purpose is clear, is profit motivated. So when we set up a joint venture company regarding to in the South China Sea, what's the main goal of this joint venture? Is that purely profit oriented? And if there are multiple purpose for that joint venture company, what the difference between this joint venture company with other international organizations? For example, they try to keep a peace and provide public goods, and what's different among them? And what's the major obstacle, major difficulty to set, do you think, to set this kind of joint venture in the South China Sea, in the South China Sea region? Is that possible before the settlement of the dispute to set this kind of joint venture, or it is more realistic to set after the settlement of dispute? So that's my question. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Professor Sun, thank you so much. Sorry, thank you so much for the question. It's a very good question. I think this is an idea that come to my mind just quite spontaneously. I think because of my different background from international business, so we fully focused on organizations or, for example, multinational companies that set up networks, relationship, and but I do see a difference between IB, international business approach, compared with IR, international relations, because in international relations, the focus is immediately at the beginning is ideological disputes. So I'm on the right side of history, I mean, you are wrong. So compared with international businesses, we know we are different, but we just put aside this difference. I think it's quite nice when international business scholars, decision makers, or practitioners enter a new market. We never say, you must change your regime, you must change your market regulations, whatever, but we say, okay, let's think about it. Let's probably adapt. At the same time, you influence the local market, remodernization, and sustainable development. I think, so there's a fundamental difference between the approaches. I think we focus on something that could start with the cooperation. Otherwise, we endless talking about projects, so without results. And then the second overall, I think, whatever positions or interests, I think economic is the foundation of our life. Okay, and when we together pursue economic interest, of course we have something in the ground, but we must go beyond economic interest. Actually, in international business research and practice, we increasingly call for societal relevance. SDG 14. If you look at our top 3 journals, international business studies, a journal we call JIBS, Journal of International Business Studies, and Journal of World Business and International Business Review. These top 3 IB journals, you may not be surprised that a major proportion of publications in recent years intensified the discussion about SDG 14 implications and implication for multinational companies and policies and investment orientations. So I think a common project pursued by ASEAN countries and China provide a very concrete foundation that link each other, economic interest first of all, and then regional development interests. So in my presentation, the last slides actually includes the mission and vision of this joint venture. So it's not okay. We see this is a metaphor. We build the whole South China Sea region, okay, into a joint venture, which means that we need to define the members, involvement. And the mission is the peace and development of the region, compared with the profit seeking. Of course, profit seeking is the foundation, but we go beyond that. If you look at today's multinational companies, international business issues, we talk, not only talk, really pursue societal relevance and sustainable development. So this is more like the ethical and the moral development that goes hand in hand with economic interest. So then we talk about the dispute. Okay, so exactly this is a very fundamental issue. So forums, the symposiums, discussions, negotiations taking place, but we all know that conflicts do not seem to have decreased. I think one of the reasons why frictions, conflicts have not decreased, do not seem to have decreased, is actually the very focus on ideological differences and territorial disputes and national sovereignty. But they are important issues. But I think when we build something together, probably we get some more interesting inspirations, which in turn would help us to resolve these conflicts. So this is a business approach to international relations. I would say that, yeah, just an idea. Thank you for the question. My answer might not be complete, but just a try. Thank you, Professor Deng.
Thank you, Professor. Other questions are welcome from the floor. Of course, a reminder, they can be posed in either Chinese or English, thanks to our skilled translators. Here, we have another question, please.
Thank you. Ilum Zhang, Institute for China American Studies. I have a question for Dr. Mallory. I'm very fascinated by the idea of mapping South China Sea biodiversity. Could you expand a little bit more on the subject? What would you say that what's been preventing any progress on this work so far? Is that more on the technical side that we lack of data gathering or GIS related training, or is that more of a lack of interest for like cross-border cooperation? And if you would make a recommendation for where we start, what would the first step be? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So my sense is that it really is an issue of interest. I mean, I don't think anybody's really thought about it before because we haven't really considered the marine biodiversity as a resource that we would want to protect. I mean, the focus has been more on the extractive nature of the resources. So, the fish stocks, especially the migratory fish stocks and resources like hydrocarbons. I think there are probably some technical challenges, but it doesn't seem that, in our day and age, the technology's come a long way. So I do think the technology at this point exists. And I think it would be really fun, honestly, to map all of this. So in terms of next steps, who wants to work on this? Let's do it. So yeah, I would say, like whoever's interested, let's talk about ways that we could start a project like this. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add on as well. It's a very interesting question. Totally agree with what Dr. Mallory has mentioned, but as a start, you mentioned how can we probably start to do that? I think within countries, in ASEAN mainly, most of us has our own mapping at national level. Now, the challenge is how do you link these different countries to share the information so that you have something like what Dr. Mallory has presented. Often the challenge is, countries doesn't want to share, especially if there is overlapping claims and so on. So it's really an issue of that. But there are also benchmarks that we can use. For instance, if you look at CTI, of course, there's no overlapping claims in that manner, but there is CTI Atlas, for instance. We have to try to, if I may say, maybe leverage on ASEAN platform and try to come up with something like this at that level. because the biggest obstacle is usually when countries doesn't want to share it with the other overlapping claimant country.
Thank you, Professor. We come right back to the principal theme of the symposium, cooperation and governance, which your comments brought out directly. I'm looking, I see a question right here. Please identify yourself. And here the mic is just being given to you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Mr. Chairman in the conference. I have the question to the speaker on the video conference, and one question, the simple question to the Professor Tony Fang. Okay, I think in the plastic, the pollution, every people know start talk about the pollution in even though environment on the sea, marine life, so on. Even though the supermarket everywhere, includes my country too, they done in the coffee shop, not people use, but people still use. So I asked to the speaker, how you have planned like the 10-year, 30-year, or 50-year can stop people can use the not use the plastic anymore. We know that we must affect to the especially agriculture sector or fishery field, especially on the eco-tourist environment from the private sector and government and the other NGO. They must have, they have the fund and they have the project. But I think 10 years, 20 years not finished. How we do that? We know that, okay? One thing, the simple for the Professor Tony Fan, I saw your saw about the yin and yang paradigm, but you talk about the new eco-political culture. But we can use the symbol for apply the balance power in the area of the South China Sea. We can apply it like they use a new theory. You create many new theory like you said, hyper globalization is over era. You have like a deglobalization or other thing that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have limited time, but I know we're going to go, I think, first to Professor Papatanachai on this question of plastics, and also Professor Mallory has signaled that she'd like to add a few words, and then fair enough. We'll do first, Professor, and then on to Tony Fang, and then thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think if
and
I'm
then,
not
and then the last question will go to our host, Wushu Chen, or comment. Please take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good. I really enjoy all remarks delivered by speakers. I just have a question to Professor. You just mentioned in your remarks of the BBJ agreement. As we know, the four major major regimes were established by agreement. You mentioned the area-based management tools. My question to you is, do you think it's possible to establish marine protected areas in such a region? Because the agreement excludes the jurisdiction of judicial bodies in disputes over legal status of maritime area and national jurisdiction. So in my opinion, it is a little bit harder to establish a maritime area in such a region. Thank you.
Let's tackle that one first in terms of hot pursuit. So other comments, please. And then we'll go back to the other question posed, please.
Okay. I actually on purpose didn't talk about BB&J specifically, first because we have a panel on it after this, but also because it is going to be really complicated. We have to first see if the agreement is ratified internationally before we can even start to discuss that. And I agree, it's, you know, there, the nature of the South China Sea and, you know, the maritime jurisdiction. I mean, that's something that the courts are going to have to work out at some point if anybody, you know, brings this as a case. But if we think now in terms of starting points, working on the scientific collaboration, I think is a great way to approach it. And, you know, as time goes on, it might bring about some opportunities to address the, you know, the disputes later. So that's why I suggest that, you know, as a first step, to designate, you know, at least parts of the South China Sea as an ecologically or biologically significant area, which would not have any effect on the disputes, is just a really great way for there to be global recognition of the marine biodiversity in the South China Sea, and just, you know, maybe bring about more resources for people to use to protect it in the future.
Thank you, Tabitha. And perhaps we'll turn, if you can recall the question, please, Professor Papatanachai, regarding plastics that came up just a moment ago, please.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. If I'm not mistaken, the question is that how can we address or make or create the actual reduction or make the reduction of plastic pollution is actually effective and real. I think first thing first. Firstly, it should be noted that plastics is not actually a crime, basically. Plastic is not criminal in itself. It is actually the human behaviors. And in fact, it is not every and all kind of plastic to be subject to international regulations. We have examples across jurisdictions where, you know, certain type of interventions into the market would actually help, you know, brings about effective management of plastic waste and turning certain plastic waste into, you know, into products of different ways. So I think that is in fact the intention of the new plastic agreement that is currently under negotiation. They're trying to introduce certain measures at certain point in the plastic life cycles in order to ensure that, you know, the way in which we treat plastic or we handle plastic is actually different from the past. We not really throw it away. For examples, like there will be a regulation with respect to product designs, which would guarantee safety and the recyclability, reusabilities, or basically to ensure that they have capacity, you know, to use it again. These are some things that once implemented or once adopted would require states, you know, or would require domestic intervention into domestic societies. And of course, hopefully these would generate change, you know, in the way in which we deal with plastic and add also incentive for the people. Because when it comes to environmental law, we are not trying to penalize, we are not trying to criminalize anyone. We hope that the measures that we take incentivize people to change behavior to be more environmental friendly. I think that's my response. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Fang, did you catch that last question? We have another couple of minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I'm not sure that if I captured your question. I think what I mean that globalization continues, but hyper globalization ended. So the current globalization calls for a new insight, into cooperation. Earlier, we talked a lot about either cooperation or competition. The new era calls for a paradox, kind of like an approach to cooperation, that is co-opetition. Both cooperate and compete with one and same actors, in relationship with networks. So this is the thinking there about the new era of re-globalization. Then yes, how to approach that? I think the idea I proposed today is quite spontaneous and initial suggestion. So I hope that to have more discussions. So during the symposium. Thank you.
Sorry,
did you want to add a few words?
Professor Holden, sorry, we have a question online. Do you want me to
Of course.
read it?
Let's go into that quickly, and then if we have time for Tabitha has another comment to make, I think. The online question, please.
Okay. China's marine ranch was such a relief thinking about the huge amount of marine food secured now and in the future thanks to the ranch. But considering Japan's discharge of nuclear contaminated water, people not only in China, but even in the whole Pacific region countries may be hesitated when it comes to seafood. So how do we mitigate that impact and restore people's confidence in marine food?
Perhaps that question's already been touched upon in a broader sense by both of our speakers who spoke the nuclear issue. I'd invite first perhaps Professor to speak, and then can we a quick response here? Fast pursuit
I just
from
want
Pepper,
to
please.
add on that question for Professors Wong and Professors Lee. And the question is, when we're thinking about the nuclear issue, the focus on the accident. I will say too, I'm not an expert on nuclear energy, so I don't have any data in front of me or anything. But I think the focus disregards that we've had decades of peaceful, but also safe nuclear energy provided around the world. And also the impact of the use of fossil fuels, it has been greater on the oceans than I think this incident of the discharge. So I'm just kind of wondering, to add to that, what about that greater context?
And now we have a modified question, but we have such a talented panel. I think we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and this will be the last question, starting Professor Wong, and then over to our last Professor Lee, and please begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think that question is quite complicated because it includes different areas of thoughts. First of all, that will be concerning the contamination, and secondly, it talks about the I think that is the so-called ocean range to agriculture, the fish. And so I think I have to go back to the last slide of my presentation. I proposed 2 things. One is for the organizing a kind of international organization, but however, I think the second one could be the way to solve to answer the question. That is to establish the station for monitoring and surveillance. Only through this way, so that we can understand which area that we can do the like the ocean range, and which area the production for the fish products could be safe. I think that's the way that we should do, and I think I will just answer now.
Thank you. We have 2 Professors Lee. First, Professor Lee from Korea, and then Professor Lee from China on that question.
Okay, let me respond briefly to the time constraints I have. Is that, as I mentioned in my talk, is that, as you know, that the Korea they initiate bring this case to WTO, and as you may know that the panel reports go for Japan, but finally everybody's reports go for Korea. And that by saying that the not only quantitative the aspect, but also the qualitative aspect is very much important. As you know, this year August, China also imposed the blanket import ban from the whole fisheries products of the Japan. We'll see that what is going on, but which means that the when you talk about the sustainable fisheries management, before is about this allocation of the resources and how we manage that against the IUU fishing of those one. But now is that the product of fish is not safe at all. So we are not want having an unsafe the fish. Yeah, so the totally different aspect we are going to have. The issues is that right now there's no international norms to govern that the disposal of the nuclear waste, because the whole regulation about the nuclear plants or the nuclear energy is about the safety. So that it is a time to think about the disposal, the waste of the nuclear plant. And as I mentioned, the state practice is not go to in that way. And the state practice is Northeast Asia, and the state practice ASEAN. And if you look at very closely what the state practices of those states in terms of this matter, they go for the maximizing their national interest, which is quite understandable. But as I mentioned, that if we really became a leader, like China is the big states like a world should make a big splash, so that I'm hoping that some states in Asia show that their capability to contribute to better ocean and better world. That's my point. Yeah.
Thank you. Li Chun, I invite you to comment as well, please.
好，谢谢，这是一个非常好的问题。其实让我想到10月17、18在广州召开的一个海洋牧场的一个国际会议，当时包括业界和媒体界也在关心这样一个问题。第一点来讲，应该说中国的海洋牧场从设计标准的时候，应该坦率的说，真正的说是没有考虑到核污水排放这样问题，因为在我们看来，任何一个负责任的政府和一个负责任的企业不会做出这样的事情。第二个呢，在那一次论坛上，一些做海洋流域的或者做海流的一些科学家告诉我们，这个海洋牧场的就是核污染的这种水的排放，它首先呢不是往中国这边流，是往北边流，往东边流，大概会留给中国的时间大概18个月到22个月。那我们相信，在18个月到22个月的期间，中国一定会有这方面的应对的举措。第三来讲，就是从海洋牧场的分为2块，一个是公船，海洋公船，一个是网箱养鱼。而现在中国来讲，使得我们在网箱和公船的结合方面有一个很大的技术突破。过去公船大部分是没有动力的，而现在我们有动力的公船。我们希望我们的动力公船的动力功能更大一点。污水来了，我先把这个船开到一个安全的海域，可能就会解决这样的一个问题。当然，法律的规制，就像韩国学者，法律的规制是我们面对的一个重大的挑战。这一块，我相信，我也知道中国的很多学者在探讨和研究这方面。我相信我们一定会有自己的主张和自己的观点的。谢谢。
Thank you, Professor. Now our time is up, but Professor Gao has asked if you could pose one. If you can pose I challenge you to a 1 or 2 minute question. Please proceed. We're otherwise out of time. Professor.
Thank you very much, Gordon. I just have a very brief comment. I was in Tokyo end of last month, and I do appreciate Professor Wang and Professor Li and other panelists talking about the discharge of the wastewater. Now, I think we are all concerned about the discharge, but there is an equally, if not more, appalling situation. Ever since the Fukushima explosion, the roof was blown away and the foundation was destroyed. Japan has failed to do anything significant in repairing these things. There is a saying, if the former Soviet Union did exactly like what Japan has done, then the Black Sea and the Mediterranean would be destroyed because of the contaminated water flowing into the Black Sea and into the Mediterranean. Therefore, I think we need to demand complete transparency about what exactly is the situation in Fukushima, and the international community really need to do something to deal with this. And this is not only just for Fukushima. There are many other nuclear power stations which may run into similar problem. And if everyone does exactly what the Japanese government is doing, I don't think we will have confidence in the marine safety going forward. So thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you, Professor Li. Thank you.
And thank you,
Gordon.
Professor Gao. It's a good thing in a sense. I think I sense there's still many more questions in the audience. We are out of time, and this conference has been symposium and very carefully planned. I would invite those who still have questions to put them directly over the tea break, which is about to begin, or during lunch. But first, is now my honor to thank our talented group of 8 skillful speakers. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all the panelists of the session. Now it comes to the end. Thank you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a coffee break and please come back at 11:20, and then we will go on to session 6. Thank you.
The ocean nurtures civilizations and connects the world. It is a shared home on which mankind relies for survival and a treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, over-exploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditional challenges. Since 2020, China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsor the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
推进海洋合作与治理是一项系统工程，更是一项光荣使命，需要各国有识之士广泛参与和大力支持。本论坛聚焦地区，面向全球，期待大家深入交流，贡献更多智慧和力量。
Even more decisive collective action is needed to strengthen the governance of our global commons and global public goods. This can only happen through renewed commitment to multilateralism and finding ways of working together that are suited to the challenges we face.
In the management of disputes within a large country such as China and much smaller countries, I think the best approach is for China to think of itself as a senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
Over the past 3 years, GMCOG invited more than 3,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BBNJ, rules and orders in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership, and sustainable development of the ocean.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋领域合作，是一项功在当代、利在千秋的全人类共同事业。要强调以联合国为中心的多边主义，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合作。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations. Multilateral cooperation and collective actions are the right paths to promote ocean governance. We'd better practice inclusive rather than exclusive multilateralism, targeted at specific issues rather than countries. China stands ready to work with ASEAN countries to practice true multilateralism and maintain and promote a fair and just international maritime order. We should build broad alliances and innovative partnerships based on science and technology at the global, regional, and national levels to protect and sustainably utilize the ocean and maritime resources. Carry out cooperation projects on seabed minerals, oil and gas, shipping lanes, plastic pollution, and other areas. Especially, we need to build a framework for cooperation for developing countries. We need to transform the traditional development model and develop national as well as subnational cooperation to jointly address the ocean and climate change, as well as biodiversity conservation.
南海的和平稳定
和共同繁荣至关重要。希望我们可以向全球海洋治理和合作发出南海地区国家的理性声音。
We should focus on the South China Sea, as it is an important link between more than 10 countries, rich in oil, gas, and fishery resources, and strategically important. Cooperation and governance in the South China Sea need to start with low political fields and a straightforward mechanism. Littoral states of the South China Sea need to build mutual trust in the region by strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Reach a common declaration to meet the needs of all parties. We need to seize the opportunity of the COC consultations to establish and improve cooperation mechanisms to make the South China Sea a sea of cooperation rather than confrontation. We should take the experience of polar governance and learn from the practice of Canada and the United States in setting aside differences and jointly resolving the question on the legal status of the Northwest Passage.
我们在一同享受其为我们人类提供了重要的资源和发展空间的同时，更要共同面对海上安全问题层出不穷、海洋生态环境日益恶化等严峻的挑战。
Participating experts and academics offer their insights and views, not only presenting a bird's-eye view of global ocean governance, but also showcasing diverse concepts and different cultures of ocean governance. We will make persistent and unremitting efforts to expand exchanges and forge consensus through the platform of GMCOG. On November the 8th, 2023, the 4th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance will be held in Sanya, China, where experts, academics, and professionals from all parts of the world and all walks of life will come and make their contribution to promote global maritime cooperation and ocean governance for the benefit of people around the world. The ocean nurtures civilizations and connects the world. It is a shared home on which mankind relies for survival and a treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, over-exploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditional challenges. Since 2020, China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsor the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
推进海洋合作与治理是一项系统工程，更是一项光荣使命，需要各国有识之士广泛参与和大力支持。本论坛聚焦地区，面向全球，期待大家深入交流，贡献更多智慧和力量。
Even more decisive collective action is needed to strengthen the governance of our global commons and global public goods. This can only happen through renewed commitment to multilateralism and finding ways of working together that are suited to the challenges we face.
In the management of disputes between a large country such as China and much smaller countries, I think the best approach is for China to think of itself as a senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
Over the past 3 years, GMCOG invited more than 3,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BB&J, rules and orders in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership, and sustainable development of the ocean.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋治理与合作，是一项功在当代、 意在星球的全人类共同事业。要强调以联合国为中心的多边主义，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合作。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations. Multilateral cooperation and collective actions are the right paths to promote ocean governance. We'd better practice inclusive rather than exclusive multilateralism, targeted at specific issues rather than countries. China stands ready to work with ASEAN countries to practice true multilateralism and maintain and promote a fair and just international maritime order. We should build broad alliances and innovative partnerships based on science and technology at the global, regional, and national levels to protect and sustainably utilize the ocean and maritime resources. Carry out cooperation projects on seabed minerals, oil and gas, shipping lanes, plastic pollution, and other areas. Especially, we need to build a framework for cooperation for developing countries. We need to transform the traditional development model and develop national as well as subnational cooperation to jointly address the ocean and climate change, as well as biodiversity conservation.
南海的和平稳定和共同繁荣至关重要。希望我们可以向全球海洋治理和合作发出南海地区国家的理性声音。
We should focus on the South China Sea, as it is an important link between more than 10 countries, rich in oil, gas, and fishery resources, and strategically important. Cooperation and governance in the South China Sea need to start with low political fields and a straightforward mechanism. Littoral states of the South China Sea need to build mutual trust in the region by strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Reach a common declaration to meet the needs of all parties. We need to seize the opportunity of the COC consultations to establish and improve cooperation mechanisms to make the South China Sea a sea of cooperation rather than confrontation. We should take the experience of polar governance and learn from the practice of Canada and the United States in settling aside differences and jointly resolving the question on the legal status of the Northwest Passage.
我们在一同享受其为我们人类提供了重要的资源和发展空间的同时，更要共同面对海上安全问题层出不穷、海洋生态环境日益恶化等严峻的挑战。
Participating experts and academics offer their insights and views, not only presenting a bird's-eye view of global ocean governance, but also showcasing diverse concepts and different cultures of ocean governance. We will make persistent and unremitting efforts to expand exchanges and forge consensus through the platform of GMCOG. On November the 8th, 2023, the 4th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance will be held in Sanya, China, where experts, academics, and professionals from all parts of the world and all walks of life will come and make their contribution to promote global maritime cooperation and ocean governance for the benefit of people around the world. The ocean nurtures civilizations and connects the world. It is a shared home on which mankind relies for survival and a treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, over-exploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditional challenges. Since 2020, China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsor the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
推进海洋合作与治理是一项系统工程，更是一项光荣使命，需要各国有识之士广泛参与和大力支持。本论坛聚焦地区，面向全球，期待大家深入交流，贡献更多智慧和力量。
Even more decisive collective action is needed to strengthen the governance of our global commons and global public goods. This can only happen through renewed commitment to multilateralism and finding ways of working together that are suited to the challenges we face.
In the management of disputes within a large country such as China and much smaller countries, I think the best approach is for China to think of itself as a senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
Over the past 3 years, GMCOG invited more than 3,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BB&J, rules and orders in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership, and sustainable development of the ocean.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋领域合作，是一项功在当代、利在千秋的全人类共同事业。要强调以联合国为中心的多边主义，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合作。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations. Multilateral cooperation and collective actions are the right paths to promote ocean governance. We'd better practice inclusive rather than exclusive multilateralism, targeted at specific issues rather than countries. China stands ready to work with ASEAN countries to practice true multilateralism and maintain and promote a fair and just international maritime order. We should build broad alliances and innovative partnerships based on science and technology at the global, regional, and national levels to protect and sustainably utilize the ocean and maritime resources. Carry out cooperation projects on seabed minerals, oil and gas, shipping lanes, plastic pollution, and other areas. Especially, we need to build a framework for cooperation for developing countries. We need to transform the traditional development model and develop national as well as subnational cooperation to jointly address the ocean and climate change as well as biodiversity conservation.
南海的和平稳定和共同繁荣至关重要。希望我们可以向全球海洋治理和合作发出南海地区国家的理性声音。
We should focus on the South China Sea, as it is an important link between more than 10 countries, rich in oil, gas, and fishery resources, and strategically important. Cooperation and governance in the South China Sea need to start with low political fields and a straightforward mechanism. Littoral states of the South China Sea need to build mutual trust in the region by strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Reach a common declaration to meet the needs of all parties. We need to seize the opportunity of the COC consultations to establish and improve cooperation mechanisms to make the South China Sea a sea of cooperation rather than confrontation. We should take the experience of polar governance and learn from the practice of Canada and the United States in settling aside differences and jointly resolving the question on the legal status of the Northwest Passage.
我们在一同享受其为我们人类提供了重要的资源和发展空间的同时，更要共同面对海上安全问题层出不穷、海洋生态环境日益恶化等严峻的挑战。
Participating experts and academics offer their insights and views, not only presenting a bird's-eye view of global ocean governance, but also showcasing diverse concepts and different cultures of ocean governance. We will make persistent and unremitting efforts to expand exchanges and forge consensus through the platform of GMCOG. On November the 8th, 2023, the 4th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance will be held in Sanya, China, where experts, academics, and professionals from all parts of the world and all walks of life will come and make their contribution to promote global maritime cooperation and ocean governance for the benefit of people around the world. The ocean nurtures civilizations and connects the world. It is a shared home on which mankind relies for survival and a treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, over-exploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditional challenges. Since 2020, China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsor the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
推进海洋合作与治理是一项系统工程，更是一项光荣使命，需要各国有识之士广泛参与和大力支持。本论坛聚焦地区，面向全球，期待大家深入交流，贡献更多智慧和力量。
Even more decisive collective action is needed to strengthen the governance of our global commons and global public goods. This can only happen through renewed commitment to multilateralism and finding ways of working together that are suited to the challenges we face.
In the management of disputes between a large country such as China and much smaller countries, I think the best approach is for China to think of itself as a senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
Over the past 3 years, GMCOG invited more than 3,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BB&J, rules and orders in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership, and sustainable development of the ocean.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋治理与合作，是一项功在当代、利在千秋的全人类共同事业。要强调以联合国为中心的多边主义，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合作。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations. Multilateral cooperation and collective actions are the right paths to promote ocean governance. We'd better practice inclusive rather than exclusive multilateral
And we have 3 speakers online. They're all ready. Okay, now may I invite Dr. Hong Nong, Executive Director and Senior Fellow from the Institute for China-America Studies, to chair the session. Dr. Hong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chen. And hello, everyone. I will first of all like to join all the previous speakers in thanking the organizers, particularly to Dr. Wu and President Wang Shen for including me in this symposium. And I recall that the previous symposium started from 2020, 2021, and 2022. The topic of BBNJ was listed as one subject in the session of frontier research in the law of the sea. I'm thinking the reading that the organizers' decision to expand today's discussion to a full panel like this one reflects 2 facts. One, I think the BBNJ treaty is considered as the milestone, reflecting to almost 20 years negotiation, and it's like in the treaty making in the international history. And the second important thing is that 2023 is a very significant year, because in March we see the negotiation come to an end, and in June adopted by consensus, again in September open for signature and also a ratification. I would like to congratulate the organizer bringing such a great panel. And we have 6 speakers, 3 in person here with us and 6 speakers online. I do want, although you're going to read a full bio in the bookshop, I do want to introduce them by highlighting the expertise with relevance to BBNJ. So we have Professor Shi Yubing online. He's the Vice Dean of South China Sea Institute at Xiamen University, and he's also a member, advisor to the Chinese delegation to the BBNJ negotiation. And here on my left, we have Professor Vasco Becker Regensburg. He's the president of Portuguese Institute of the Law of the Sea, and has been providing legal advises to many Portuguese international forum on international law, including Portuguese delegation to BBNJ negotiation. And then on my left, the second, we have Professor Tony Chan. He's the professor of law and co-director of the Center for Environmental Law and Climate Change at the Jinda Global Law School from India. And his connection with BBNJ belief through his capacity as a member of the World Commission on Environment and Development of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And then on my very left end, I have a good friend, Professor Zhang Xinjun from the Tsinghua University Law School and a leading expert on the law of the sea from China. And he's also a member of Climate Change Legal Rules Committee of the International Law Association. And then online, we have a very good friend, Professor Nolifo Ora. She's the director of the Center for International Law, National University of Singapore. She's also a member of the UN International Law Commission, and also climate change negotiator representing Turkish Foreign Affairs Ministry. Last but not the least, we have Professor Stefan Minas from Peking University Law School, and he also a member of International Union for Conservation of Nature, World Commission on Environmental Law. I think bring all together those 6 expertise, explain the very important topic. I know it's very challenging for everyone given 10 minutes. I try to be nice not to cut you off, because I will be treated equivalent when I speak in the next panel. Okay, now let's turn to Professor Shi Yubing. You have the floor first.
Thank you, Professor Hong, for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the organizers and Dr. Wu Shichun for inviting me to participate in this symposium, and also apologize for not being able to go to Sanya in person. This panel is about BBNJ, and I would like to talk about the adoption and future implementation of the BBNJ agreement from a Chinese perspective. My presentation mainly address 2 questions. First, what is China's contribution to the adoption of the BBNJ agreement? And second, whether should China join the BBNJ agreement? As we know, China has signed the BBNJ agreement on 20th September this year. However, there's still a ratification process to go in China. So I think it's still important for China to examine whether China should join the BBNJ agreement. So first, the full name of the BBNJ agreement is Agreement on the the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. That means BBNJ agreement only applies to ABNJ, the high seas and the area. So when we talk about the application of the BBNJ agreement or the establishment of marine protected areas under BBNJ agreement, we always need to think about the legal status of the maritime zones, whether it is high seas or the area, or whether it is disputed. If it is disputed waters, then it should not be choosing as a location for the establishment of the MPA. And actually, as we know, the global regulation on BBNJ agreement and its negotiation has been was witnessed nearly 20 years time, and the negotiation was triggered by a number of factors. For example, the loss of biodiversity, biological diversity in ABNJ, and at that time there was a regulatory gap. So started from 2004 until this year, this BBNJ agreement addressed a package deal, mainly including main four elements, including MGR, including fair and equitable sharing of benefits. And number two, ABMT, including MPA. Number three, EIA. Number four, that is the capacity building and the transfer of marine technology. Of course, there are also some cross-cutting issues. Then I would like to talk about China's contribution to the adoption of this agreement. As we know, China is an important player in ABNJ. And as China has participated in the whole BBNJ negotiation in an active and constructive manner. I think that China has, as Professor Ronian Long correctly pointed out yesterday, I think China has contributed to the adoption of this agreement. And I would like to list some of the contributions. For example, number one, China has facilitated the inclusion of the common heritage of mankind principle into the BBNJ agreement, and also supported the monetary benefit sharing of MGR in ABNJ, so which makes the balance of interest between developed states and developing states possible. So in this case, finally, I think it's important because of China's efforts and also the efforts of G77, finally, and other states, finally, a compromise solution was reached regarding the MGR. Second, China always emphasized the balance between the conservation and the sustainable use of marine biological diversity in ABNJ in all relevant provisions under the BBNJ agreement. For example, Article 19 on proposals. Even as we know, there is a definition of MPA. So according to the definition, the main purpose would be the conservation, but also China supported and made some efforts in adding the expressions such as the sustainable use goal should also be added there. And also it's an important element for a state to propose or state to submit proposals on ABMT, including MPA. Number three, regarding the role of coastal states in the BBNJ agreement, for example, how to deal with the establishment of MPA in the high seas and the adjacent coastal states. China first proposed the concept of due regard obligation to address this issue. So I think this is important for the benefits of all states and the next generation, because it does not only involve the interest of adjacent coastal states, it involves all states. So I think this is the important contribution of China. And number four, China made much efforts in excluding the disputed waters in the jurisdiction of the adversary opinion of ITLOS, and also for the jurisdiction of the courts and tribunals under the dispute settlement procedure under BBNJ agreement. So also according to China, based on China's efforts, Article 18 exclude the disputed waters from the establishment of ABMT, including MPA. Then whether China should join the BBNJ agreement. So my general assessment is that BBNJ agreement, the adoption of this agreement is a virtue of multilateralism. So it's important. And also through the mechanisms on ABNT and ERA, the agreement could significantly conserve the marine biological diversity and protect the marine environment in ABNJ. So it's a good thing. However, there are also some challenges for future implementation of this agreement. For example, as we know, the developing states care most about the monetary benefit sharing of MGRs and digital sequence information on MGRs of ABNJ. However, according to current regulation, it will be very difficult or extremely difficult for developing states to make this into reality in the future, because it has to be decided in the future by the COP. And the decision-making mechanism is 3/4 majority vote. I think based on current situation, I think it's very difficult for developing states to get this and make this into reality. Number two, as we know, Article 5 has provided the not undermining requirement. That means the BBNJ agreement will not undermine the relevant instruments, frameworks, and bodies. However, because of the divergence existed between different states, so the expression of this article is very ambiguous. So it is most likely that this will lead to disputes for the future implementation of this agreement. Actually, if we also will lead to more fragmentation in international law. Actually, this is already the case for the negotiation within the International Civil Authority early this year. We can see that. And also from China's perspective, we can say there are some domestic legal barriers for China to implement the BBNJ agreement, because we have already a number of domestic legislations that involves elements of BBNJ agreement. That means if China joins the BBNJ agreement, we need to make some new laws and amend some of the or many of the existing domestic laws. So that's a very heavy burden, I think. Of course, there are some other challenges. For example, regarding the dispute waters, some states may have different interpretation. So now I come to a brief conclusion that BBNJ agreement, I think, can significantly conserve the marine biological diversity and protect the marine environment. It's a success. However, at this stage, due to the deficiencies existed in the BBNJ agreement and China's domestic legal barriers, I would suggest that China should slow down a bit in the ratification process. And we need to carefully examine the pros and cons of ratifying this agreement before we decide that we will join the agreement. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shi. I think you did a good job laying many of fundamental issues that exist in BBNJ negotiation. And also thank you for sharing with us Chinese experience and practices during negotiation. And I hear your recommendation that China should slow down in ratifying the BBNJ agreement. I don't know whether other countries will have similar concern. I would like to invite Vaska to share your expertise on this topic.
Thank you very much, Hong Nong, for that kind introduction. Let me begin by joining previous speakers in thanking the organizers, China Ocean Development Foundation, Huayan Institute, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, in particular, Professor Wu Shishun, for inviting me, and to all the organizers, my sincere thanks for the generous and warm hospitality. The topic of my presentation this morning, and I wrote here Zhao Shang Hao, which is supposed to be good morning, I hope. It will be on the High Seas Treaty and area-based management tools. Some of the previous speakers have covered some of the ground, and I will try and make the best use of that to save some of the allocated time to delve into more specific elements that have not been covered so far. I believe this is the remote, so I'll try and see if it works. Is it working? I don't see it working.
This one, you push harder. I was told this one.
I'll press harder. Oh, okay, there we go. Right, so just the brief outline, I will first draw some observations on NPAs and the law of the sea generally. Looking at the High Seas Treaty, Professor Shi Yubing, my dear friend and colleague, has laid some of the groundwork and try to draw some conclusions at the end of my presentation. NPAs in the law of the sea have quite a long tradition in the law of the sea. And essentially, for those of you that are not familiar with this area-based management, important area-based management tool, NPAs essentially creates a legal protection, a status of legal protection for a certain specific designated maritime area. There is no overarching international legal framework dealing with NPAs. International environmental law, as I'm sure you are aware, is heavily fragmented. There is no similar instrument like the Law of the Sea Convention to the Law of the Sea. And therefore, that makes it a bit more complicated when we're trying to cross-fertilize between the Law of the Sea and international environmental law. Nonetheless, as I mentioned, it is an important tool, and different legal instruments have proposed different definitions and concept of NPAs. That NPA exists under the CBD. OSPAR Convention also has a definition. The FAO has in different instruments, particularly if you're looking at regional seas programs, you will find different ways of conceiving and implementing NPAs. The important thing is that NPAs should not exist on paper. And unfortunately, many NPAs around the world exist on paper, meaning they have the status of classification for legal protection, but then there is no proper management, monitoring, and review processes that should follow the designation of an NPA. And of course, this would require legally binding regimes for establishing NPAs. And this would also presuppose the full implementation of the ecosystem approach. Essentially, that an ecosystem is managed as a whole and in an integrated manner, both within and beyond national jurisdiction. Still drawing some conclusions, and I will not bother you with detail for the sake of time as well. It is important to understand that not always the establishing of an NPA is an easy task. We heard early this morning some of the difficulties that some of the speakers mentioned in reconciling economic interests in a specific maritime area with those of environmental protection. It is not an easy balance, but more and more so it's becoming a necessary one. And just to highlight, in the case of NPAs beyond national jurisdiction, the experience within ChemLAR is quite significant. The initial proposal for ChemLAR protection was much, much wider and was reduced as time went by because of economic interests and particularly fishing, as I'm sure you are aware. The other major struggle for NPAs is the dominant sectoral approach that we have in the law of the sea. We have a fragmentation of institution mandates and bodies dealing with, on the one hand, protection of the marine environment, and on the other hand, dealing with resources, namely fisheries, and I'm specifically referring to regional fisheries management organizations. It is a challenge, but it's one that could be surpassed successfully looking at some examples. For example, between OSPAR and NEAF, and the idea of celebrating a collective arrangement also applicable to areas beyond national jurisdiction. And now drawing some of these remarks into the High Seas Treaty, as it's now commonly referred to, this, as Professor Shi Yubing mentioned, is of course, it took a long time for us to reach the milestone of a text as we did this year. The process began many, many years ago, and I will not draw too much into this, but just to highlight the importance that you understand that BBNJ is a very complex issue. It does not only, it deals, of course, with conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, but it brings with it a plethora of issues, from intellectual property rights to sharing of information to conservation measures and so on and so forth. It's really a long process of many, many elements to it. And of course, some of the issues that have already been mentioned are not easy to bring together, namely the coexistence between different organizations, bodies, and legal frameworks. Again, the process is quite long. It began in 2004. It went through a preparatory committee and eventually trickled down its work into a decision by the UN General Assembly to convene an intergovernmental conference, to which I was privileged to be part of, joining the Portuguese delegation at New York for the negotiations. And eventually it culminated with the text approved on the 19th and 20th of September this year, of June, and it was open for signature on this 20th of September of this year. And so far, we have a good level of signatures on the very first day. I believe we surpassed 81 within the first 48 hours. Now we need 60 ratifications to make it enter into force. It is a very comprehensive legal regime, and it covers many of the elements that have been mentioned. I will only focus on one of the elements of the package deal. The package deal includes ABMTs, MGRs, EIAs, and CBs, and NTMTs. But the focus of my presentation will be MPAs. There's one interesting thing that Xi Yubing did not mention is China's contribution to a very important article, that is Article 6, the relationship with maritime disputes in implementing the BBNJ agreement. There are some difficulties. First of all, there is a definition of MPA within this agreement, which means that all the existing definitions under different legal frameworks have to be brought together when addressing this definition for MPAs beyond national jurisdiction. It highlights objectives very clearly, and there is a very long process and complex process for designation of MPAs, and that process also includes certain safeguards to make sure that these MPAs do not exist on paper. The High Seas Treaty also creates important bodies which now have to coexist with other existing bodies and mandates. And Professor Xi Yubing mentioned, quite interesting, the cooperation between the ISA and the new BBNJ treaty. Definitely, it will be one of the biggest challenges we will face is implementing EIAs, for example. EIAs within the ISA follow a very different model. They're not as updated as we would expect in a more substantive approach that we see, for example, in the High Seas Treaty, where EIA's standards are much densified or greater densified than you would see outside this treaty. So how would the MPAs interact with those instruments existing within and beyond national jurisdiction? First of all, in the case of the ISA, as I mentioned, the EIA has to be complemented because we have two EIA systems applicable to areas beyond national jurisdiction, one in the area, the other one on the high seas. How would that integrate and how would that work together? The other problem is, in dealing with MPAs beyond national jurisdiction, you have to take into consideration the interconnectivity of the maritime space. There must be substantive integration between different legal regimes. It is a very theoretical approach, but one that is unavoidable to make sure that we have a coherent and legally consistent framework. So the first COP will be a very difficult COP when implementing the agreement because all of these issues should be solved. To bring in some conclusions, as President Lee mentioned, the agreement in itself is a landmark moment for the law of the sea. As she said, the ship has reached the shore. Now, the question is, what do we do after the ship has reached the shore? And that is a particular or specific obstacle to surpass, which means the correct implementation. The other thing is we should not undermine the contribution of the High Seas Treaty to the expansion of the Law of the Sea Convention. That amplification will also include issues dealing with interpretation of existing norms of the Law of the Sea, EIAs and NPAs being one of those issues. The other issue is really the connection between instruments existing within and beyond national jurisdiction. And that in itself is quite a challenge as well. It's important to understand that within the Law of the Sea Convention, there is a provision precisely dealing with integration between the area and the extended continental shelf or continental shelves when no extension exists. Lastly, to emphasize the importance of the ecosystem approach, which is very much absent in terms of hard law, but is one that is very, very important and not correctly emphasized in the High Seas Treaty, in my personal view. Therefore, we need to build networks of ABMTs, including MPAs, and develop coordination measures, which should also be strengthened at multilateral level. And with that, and apologizing for taking too much time, I bring my conclusion to my presentation to an end, and just some publications that are recently published that might be of interest to you if you want to learn more about some of these issues dealing with ABMTs and also other legal frameworks such as MSP in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Rosgar. Thank you for walking us back to a long history of negotiation. I recall like years ago when BBNJ, the topic had become so hot among the LOVC community. I know that a lot of people, including myself, when I try to pick out a BBNJ, I think maybe area-based management tools, MPA would be something easy to start with. Compared with marine genetic resource, I was proved to be so wrong. Nothing's easy in the topic of BBNJ. A particular light idea that you raised about defining an area for MPA, the local knowledge and local community and traditional knowledge is very important to help this process. I was very impressed by that. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Tony Chan. Yes, your turn.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished delegates. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to, first of all, express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Wu for having invited me, and also to the chair for her kind introductory remarks. So the topic of my presentation is the legal regime for access and benefit sharing as regards marine genetic resources sourced from areas beyond national jurisdiction. So without any further ado, I'll get down to the specifics of the presentation. So essentially, as far as ABNJ is concerned, you know that it covers about 2/3 of the world's oceans, and it lies beyond marine jurisdiction. And the most important aspect till the adoption of this convention, the BBNJ agreement, is that the existing framework as regards the management and regulation of the high seas was actually fragmented. So it was a fragmented and patchwork of regulations, and international legal regimes were applicable as far as the high seas was concerned. No single state has got authority, and consequently, because of these factors, the United Nations General Assembly, they convened a series of intergovernmental conferences, which finally resulted in the present text of the High Seas Treaty. Now, the most important feature of the High Seas Treaty is that it deals with 4 important elements. The first is, of course, marine genetic resources, or MGRs, beyond areas of national jurisdiction. Then it talks about area-based management tools like marine protected areas, gives more legal recognition to this idea of constituting marine protected areas. And then it talks about environmental impact assessments. And finally, capacity building and marine technology. And the interesting part of this convention is that the High Seas Treaty is based under the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Now, as far as ABNJ is concerned, you know that it's a marine-rich environment. It's got different kinds of sea creatures. You have viruses right up to the blue whale, the largest animal on the planet. So, and many creatures have evolved over the years. It's nearly 4 billion years of evolution that back up several of these marine creatures. For instance, the marine turtles, when the dinosaurs were roaming the planet, marine turtles were actually inhabiting the oceans, swimming through the waters of the oceans, and marine turtles still continue to exist. So we have a series of different kinds of creatures who have adapted to the challenging environmental conditions of the deep sea, in terms of salinity, increased salinity, in terms of increased pressure. So the unique aspect that has happened is that the DNA of these marine organisms actually embed many of these adaptive characteristics, which can actually be used to further and benefit humanity. For example, we have this, sea sponge, yellow sea sponge. It has been sourced from the coast of Caribbean way back in the 1940s. It's called Tectetia crypta. And this Tectetia crypta is still used to produce several antiviral drugs like the remdesivir. Remdesivir, as you know, was actually used to treat COVID-19 in several countries. So what I'm trying to say here is that you have considerable resource potential as far as marine genetic resources are concerned. And the value of the global marine biotech industry presently is about $7 billion. And it is expected to grow in the coming years. So at the same time, when we talk about marine genetic biodiversity and its commercial potential, we must understand that the primary operators of the biotech industry is, of course, those companies situated in the first world. And so here we have a problem of equity. How do you balance the considerations of developing countries vis-a-vis the developed world? And it is in this context that we have to appreciate the High Seas Treaty, because it provides for an entirely new kind of access and benefit sharing regime. Now, as far as access and benefit sharing regime is concerned, we already have it in the Nagoya Protocol. But Nagoya Protocol is mainly operates as far as land territories is concerned. So as far as the High Seas is concerned, now we have the access and benefit sharing agreement as provided by the High Seas Treaty. Now I'll just come to some of the fundamentals of the High Seas Treaty as far as the access and benefit sharing agreement framework is concerned. So this is basically an overview of the access and benefit sharing regime that has been created under the High Seas Treaty. So you can analyze the terms of the access and benefit sharing framework from three perspectives. First, for what? What does it seek to do? It seeks to primarily conserve marine genetic resources. Second, for peaceful purposes. And third, it has based on the idea of how to benefit humanity through sustainable utilization. And finally, it all talks about international cooperation, which is, of course, one of the central themes of this conference. When you talk about cooperation, the ABS regime that has been created, it talks about protecting the interests of developing countries, small island developing states, least developed countries. So that is also an important feature of the ABS regime created under the High Seas Treaty. Now, who are the parties as far as the ABS framework is concerned? So you have states, irrespective of the geographical location. Then you also have recognition to traditional communities and local communities. And the ABS framework applies to marine genetic resources, number one. It also applies to digital sequencing information. So these are the two areas which come under the ABS framework. And how is it done? How does the regime operate? A country can actually approach the clearing mechanism, clearing and in-house mechanism that has been created by the treaty. And here what happens is that you don't get licenses. You only have to notify the clearing and in-house mechanism. And once you notify the clearing and in-house mechanism, what happens is that they will issue a BBNJ standardized batch identifier, so as to identify from where you have accessed the particular genetic material. Then there is a possibility of once you access the genetic material, it is a duty upon countries to store the genetic material in publicly accessible databases and repositories. So in other words, what you find here is that there is a provision to ensure that there is open access as far as these resources are concerned. Then, of course, there is also the question of sharing of benefits. And benefits can be monetary benefits and non-monetary benefits. So these are some of the basic principles of the ABS framework created under the BBNJ Treaty. For example, you have the fair and equitable sharing, the principle of fair and equitable sharing. You have monitoring and transparency. Then the aspect of no sovereignty, which actually emphasizes the fact that marine resources beyond access from areas beyond national jurisdiction is actually part of common heritage of mankind. Then these are the different 9 pieces of information that has to be supplied as far as the notification requirement is concerned. 9 pieces of information. And then, of course, you have the BBNJ standardized batch identifier. And after that, countries have the obligation to ensure that the marine genetic resource and the digital sequence information is actually kept in publicly accessible repositories and databases. Then this is something about the sharing of benefits. Benefits can be monetary benefits. It can be non-monetary benefits. Now, as far as non-monetary benefits is concerned, there is a unique provision which states that which talks about capacity building. Here, what happens is that countries can carry partnerships, whereby which researchers and scientists from developing countries can also participate. So that is one of the most important striking features as far as non-monetary benefit sharing is concerned. Then we have monetary benefits. So here, monetary benefits should also be shared based on the principle of fair and equitableness. So that is one of the striking features of the framework as regards sharing of benefits. Then coming to the prospects. What are the prospects as far as the ABS mechanism created under the High Seas Treaty is concerned? The first and foremost is that it's a sui generis model. In other words, it's a unique model which has not been created prior to this. So what happens is that once the agreement comes into force, then what happens is that you have a framework in place. Now, as per the framework, when you have a legal framework, it ensures that transactions can take place on the basis of that framework. So there is less possibility for uncertainty. Then it treats marine genetic resources as common property. That is also one important aspect of the ABS framework. In addition to that, as I mentioned earlier, there is no licensing system. So what happens here is that you have a notification system whereby which you approach the clearinghouse mechanism for permission. You get permission from the clearinghouse mechanism to indulge in your activities. In addition to that, you have public access and repositories. And then you have the BB&J standardized batch identifiers. The most important aspect of the ABS regime is that it clarifies the status of digital sequence information. And it talks about benefits. It classifies benefits into monetary benefits and non-monetary benefits. There is also provision for protecting the interests of developing countries, small island developing states, African countries, and then there is recognition to traditional knowledge. So in sum, what you see is that because of this unique framework that has been created, what happens is that ocean science can get developed. There is possibility of developing ocean science. Ocean governance frameworks can be strengthened. And of course, it will lead to the conservation of marine genetic resources. It is often said that we know more about space than we know about our oceans. So this High Seas Treaty, in fact, creates the enabling environment whereby which we can concentrate and focus more on developing ocean science and governance. But at the same time, there are also certain concerns. For example, it may act as a disincentive to innovation. That is one important problem, because what happens is that companies, it takes a huge amount of investment as far as developing new drugs is concerned. It may take at least 15 years to develop a new generic drug, and billions of dollars will have to be invested. So what happens? So there is a possibility that biotech companies may find this fair and equitable sharing to be a disincentive as far as promoting marine biotechnology is concerned. Then there is a possibility of disputes, because here it may happen that countries, coastal countries with extended continental shelf, they may come in dispute with countries who are actually indulging in marine scientific research in the high seas. Then the aspect of traditional knowledge, even though it has been mentioned in the instrument, the problem is how do you work out the modalities? That has not been explained. Even though there is a provision for local communities, how do we define local communities? So these are all aspects which have not been mentioned in the treaty as of now. But nevertheless, in sum, we find that there is room to cheer. We have an instrument in place, and 81 countries, as has been pointed out by the previous speaker, has already signed the agreement. But it all depends upon the ratifications. We need to get 60 ratifications. UNCLOS was adopted in 1982, but it came into force only in 1994. It took 14 years. So it may be a long way as far as the High Seas Treaty is concerned, because countries may think again whether they should go and ratify this instrument. So in spite of all this, I think the High Seas Treaty basically sets out a broad framework as far as conservation and utilization of marine genetic resources are concerned. With these words, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Tony Chang. That's very comprehensive cover on the very difficult issue of marine genetic resources. I can pretend that I am able to summarize, but I know there is very particular difficult issue during negotiation, which is equivalent sharing of benefits. And I believe you make your point very clear. And certainly I will come to you to learn more about this very important topic. Thank you again. Now I would like to turn the floor to Professor Zhang Xinjun.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, Mr. Wang Yi gave us a keynote speech. He said that the South China Sea arbitration is purely a misuse by the tribunal for the political purpose. That is not something new. It is not our invention. I will quote the United States back to 1985 in the Nicaragua versus US case. The US actually has already indicated the same position. So what's behind that statement? The legal reasons underlying that statement is purely because the court or tribunal, the exercise the jurisdiction, so-called ultra-virus, they went gone beyond the scope of the jurisdiction that consented by the states. So here, it comes to the subject matter of today's my speech. That is pretty much about jurisdiction. So the jurisdiction is very important, both in the case of contentious case, but also in adversarial opinion. So now let's look at the adversarial opinion that may be rendered by the full court of ITLOS. First, I would like to introduce you the basics of adversarial opinion. I would say the standing international court or tribunal may give adversarial opinion where there is express authority provided for in a statute or other governing document in establishing the court or tribunal. In other words, the jurisdiction over an adversarial opinion case must be explicitly provided in the constituent instruments agreed by the states. There are some similarities with the contentious jurisdiction. Normally, we perceive this jurisdiction from two aspects. The first is, Vashka encouraged me to pronounce the Latin words, jurisdiction azione personae. There's something about who can access to the court. And the second one is jurisdiction azione materia. That's much about the subject matter of the jurisdiction. So in case, let's look at ICJ. ICJ will treat two different jurisdictions separately in the constituent instrument, that is the statute of ICJ. For the contentious case, the jurisdiction azione personae means only states. It's only open to states, but not international organizations. Therefore, it is very important for the ICJ, in order to accept the access of the international organizations, there's another provision especially designed for adversarial opinion, that is Article 65. The court may give an adversarial opinion on any legal questions at the request of whatever body may be authorized by or in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations to make such a request. So here, the access to the court does not only include the states, but also international organizations. Of course, the subject matter may also differ from the contentious case.
Now, what about the ITLAS? The constituent instrument for the establishment of the ITLAS is the Annex 6 of UNCLOS, which is also the statute of the ITLAS. Section 2 prescribes the competence of the ITLAS. And there are basically two articles. Article 20, this is about jurisdictionazione persone. And Article 21 is the subject matter jurisdiction. I will get back to these two provisions later. So the main points of the objections to the full court adversarial opinion is that in the ITLAS statute, there's lack of explicit provisions on adversarial jurisdiction. So here, these two articles from the appearance, they were designed purely for the contentious case rather than the adversarial opinion. But then now it comes to two cases. The first is the number 21 case. That is the first case an international organization requested adversarial opinion to the full court of the ITLAS. And in that case, 9 states, including United Kingdom, China, India, and the others, and also United States, which is not the party of the UNCLOS, but anyway, raised objections to the full court adversarial opinion jurisdiction. ITLAS, in ruling on these objections, made an affirmative decision on its own jurisdiction. But that reasoning is based much more on the interpretation of Article 21, subject matter jurisdiction, to interpret all matters to include something more rather than disputes. Therefore, in the view of the ITLAS, it bases on his interpretation on Article 21 that it has subject matter jurisdiction over adversarial opinion. And therefore, in the operative part of number 21 adversarial opinion, the tribunal unanimously decides that it has jurisdiction to give adversarial opinion. And then we have the pending case, number 31, that's the climate change adversarial opinion. Again, there are 3 states, 2 of them already raised objection in the number 21 case, and Brazil joined to raise objections. The other states, very interestingly, including UK, they either kept silent or I would say aligned their position with the decision of the ITLAS regarding the adversarial jurisdiction. My observation is that this number 21 case cannot be taken as jurisprudence. The value of that judgment, in my view, is far from settled jurisprudence. But I will argue that that judgment actually, that adversarial opinion actually, because in the operative part, it gives in the form of decision. So it may be regarded, I will argue, the de facto res judicata. I will refer to some other cases, although, for example, the compulsory consolation case, although the result, the outcome of the consolation is only adversary, not binding the parties, but still the commission stated that its decision on jurisdiction is binding on the parties. So from the attitude of these 6 states who refrain from further raising objections in number 31, my view is that it seems to be there's a de facto res judicata. But still, the problem is that I would say affirmative jurisdictional judgment, that is in number 21 case, cannot dispose all jurisdictional issues, much is subject to the scope of the force of the res judicata in the specificization. And that is the problem now comes to the BBNJ. So Article 46 of BBNJ, I quote, the conference of the parties may decide to request international tribunal for the law of the sea to give an adversarial opinion on the legal question on the conformity with the agreement of a proposal between the conference of the parties. So who can make the request? That definitely the conference of the parties to the BBNJ. And how the decision was made for requesting the adversarial opinion. That would be by consensus or by 2/3 majority of the parties. So the problem is, first, BBNJ, I don't think that they could be the constituent instrument authorizing ITLO's full court to exercise adversarial opinion. It may be argued that it could constitute or not the subsequent agreement or subsequent practice, but that point is quite irrelevant to the subject matter jurisdiction, which I had already decided by the tribunal in the number 21 case. The only problem I think would be the jurisdictional lesione persone. So here first, who can make a request? That is the COP of the BBNJ, and I think BBNJ may well be treated as an international organization. So that is no problem. The only problem is, according to Article 20 of the ITLOS statute, there must be agreement conferring jurisdiction on the tribunal, which is accepted by all the parties to the case. So of course, the text of BBNJ was adopted by consensus. However, in my view, this does not mean that there is an agreement within the meaning of Article 20. So in case if BBNJ COP makes a request for an adversarial opinion, the COP's resolution might not be adopted unanimously. And therefore, then it gives rise to the problem of whether BBNJ, while conferring jurisdiction to the tribunal, is accepted by all parties to that case. Since this one has not been addressed in the number 21 case, so it is still open. It's still open, and the tribunal must deal with this issue as a jurisdictional issue. So finally, some remarks. I think the tribunal and the courts play a great role in maintaining the international law-based legal order, but their function is quite limited. Their power comes from the consent of the state. The tribunals and the court may never forget that. So if it go beyond what has been consented to their competence, then I think the effect would be sometimes disastrous or catastrophic. And it is quite detrimental to the reputation, the authority of the tribunals and court, especially the standing court. I end it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. I think this resettlement is certainly very important in the BBNJ negotiation when it's ratified. And I think are looking forward to see whether the case 31 of ITLOS will provide, when it's completed, will provide some implication for the further role of ITLOS in BBNJ. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Ora, who's going to speak from Singapore. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And greetings to all of you from Singapore. I can't tell you how sorry I am not to be there in person. That was the intention, but it didn't work out. So, but I hope there will be another opportunity. I'm very grateful for this invitation. It's an honor for me. I have been following this conference, and it is clearly a very informative and important conference that I have also benefited from. Now I thank the organizers. In the interest of time, I will get right into my presentation. And I can share this with you. All right. And I hope you can see it. Yes. So let me just do this. All right. So my presentation is looking at the BBNJ agreement and the duty of states to protect and preserve basically the high seas, and looking at it from two perspectives. One, the overall theme of this conference, which is cooperation. And then also there is a question posed in the abstract to the session, and that has to do with should a country, a state, ratify or accede to the BBNJ agreement. So I'm going to approach the issue from there. So we are looking at an area of high seas. We call it areas beyond national jurisdiction, but this is an area where no coastal state exercises jurisdiction. The only jurisdiction would be flag state jurisdiction, and that is limited. So it was historic, really. The BBNJ agreement was adopted by consensus, and this is very important. That doesn't happen that often. To date, very speedily, we have 83 signatories, and China, of course, is one of the first ones to sign. The agreement will come into force, become effective 120 days after the deposit of the 60th instrument of ratification, approval, acceptance, or accession. So what I'm going to ask, and hopefully answer, is there actually a duty for state parties to the Law of the Sea Convention to ratify or accede to the BBNJ agreement in relation to protection, preservation of the high seas, the marine environment high seas? And my answer will be yes. So we already had, and I appreciate it very much, Professor Shi Yubing explained the need, why there was a need for the BBNJ agreement. And this is reflected in the preamble. There are gaps, there are tremendous gaps. And I think my dear friend, Professor Weinberger as well, mentioned the fragmentation. So there was a need for a comprehensive global regime to address an area that had been really not protected fully, and that is the high seas, conservation and sustainable use, protection of the marine biological diversity, the very rich marine biological diversity in this vast area of ocean space. So I start with the Law of the Sea Convention and Article 192, the general obligation, which states quite clearly, states have the obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. It is now accepted that this obligation reflects customary international law, and it includes protection against present harm and preservation against future harm, and it includes a due diligence obligation for the state parties to take measures, well, states, because even non-parties, as this reflects customary international law, the duty to take those measures necessary to protect and preserve the marine environment. Importantly, there is no geographical limit to this obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. It includes the high seas, areas beyond national jurisdiction. And this was confirmed in the advisory opinion that recognized that the SRFC, the IEU fishing, as I call it, which recognized that the duty to protect and preserve the marine environment, number one, is an erga omnes nature. That means it applies, all states have a duty, and that this duty can give standing actually to all states to challenge those who don't meet that duty. And it applies to the high seas and the area. Therefore, it applies in all maritime areas. From this, we conclude all state parties have the obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment, including marine living resources in all maritime areas, and that includes the high seas. Article 194, which is specifically focused on pollution, also makes clear that states have the duty to take all measures necessary to prevent, reduce, and control pollution of the marine environment. And this applies to areas beyond national jurisdiction as well. Importantly, and this is where when we're talking about biodiversity, paragraph 5 specifically focuses on the duty for states to take those measures necessary to protect and preserve rare or fragile ecosystems, as well as the habitat of depleted, threatened, or endangered species and other forms of marine life. And we know that the high seas is abundant in this. Now, the tribunal in the Chagos Marine Protected Area case made clear that this provision expanded the scope of Article 194 to apply beyond pollution measures and include other measures, such as marine protected areas for the protection and preservation of the marine environment. This is particularly relevant for the BBNJ agreement, which an important component concerns the designation of area-based management, including marine protected areas in high seas areas through a cooperative process. In this regard, all measures under Article 194, particularly paragraph 5, would include a framework for cooperation for protection of biodiversity in the high seas. Also, we look at Article 197, which has a broader, also provides for a broader duty to cooperate of states, either directly or through international organizations. And there is no jurisdictional limit either in Article 197. It applies both in areas under and beyond national jurisdiction. So I would posit that the BBNJ agreement would be part of this duty to cooperate. Then it would be at a global level, directly or through international organizations, however you would like to interpret under the UN system. Oops. Hold on just one moment. I seem to have, oh dear. Well, it seems my, I apologize.
You can continue and we're able to catch you here.
It seems all right, my PowerPoint froze. So forgive me as I go down. I apologize for this. All right. And I'm, the duty to cooperate has been recognized also by the tribunal as a fundamental obligation for protection of the marine environment. There are a number of cases. Some of you, of course, who are law of the sea experts, are very familiar with these. The Southern Bluefin Tuna case concerning the provisional measures, the Mox Plant provisional measures case, the land reclamation case, and of course, I had just mentioned the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission's advisory opinion, all required, all made clear the obligation for states to cooperate. So the question then is, how do we implement this erga omnes obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment? And I should add, as well as the duty to cooperate. In the high seas, where there is no coastal state jurisdiction, it's only flag state jurisdiction, and let's be honest, that's quite limited. So if we don't have a legally binding agreement that creates this framework of cooperation as to measures to be taken, such as area-based management tools, marine protected areas, to protect this very vulnerable marine biodiversity in the high seas, there is no way really to do it. It's very difficult. There are some regional measures we've seen, but it does require global cooperation. So in this sense, the BBNJ agreement is a recognition by states, it was adopted by consensus, of the need to take necessary measures, and that it would have to be under a legally binding agreement. Am I going over time? All right, I'm coming to the end. And this is reflected in the BBNJ agreement itself, where it says parties shall cooperate under this agreement for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity, et cetera, et cetera. So this has been codified in the agreement itself. So in conclusion, the point I would like to make that under the Law of the Sea Convention, actually, and customary international law, states, as part of their obligation to cooperate and their obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment in the high seas, that it will be fulfilled by ratification and implementation of the BBNJ agreement. China took part in this, it was an important leading country in the negotiations, and we heard, of course, on this from Professor Shi Yubing. Chinese leadership is important, but I do hope that rather than taking too much time, that China will be among the first to ratify this very important historic agreement that is a victory for multilateralism. 谢谢.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Orr. You made it on time. And yeah, thank you for explaining to our obligation and duties of party states to comply. And probably you and Professor Xu Bing can have a debate on whether China should be the first one to ratify the convention at the treaty. Now I'll give the floor to our final speaker for this panel, Professor Stephen Miner, who is going to speak from Beijing, I believe.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hong. Currently in Shenzhen, but delighted to be here. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much to the organizers for the kind invitation to participate. And I join with others in apologizing for not being able to be there in person, in my case, due to some teaching commitments. But nevertheless, it falls to me to discuss the fourth pillar of the BBNJ agreement concerning technology development and transfer, and also capacity building. I will be focusing on the technology transfer aspect of that. The first thing that I would like to note is the technology transfer under the Law of the Sea Convention, and indeed under BBNJ, does not exist in a vacuum. There is a very long history of negotiations within the United Nations on questions of technology development and transfer, and in particular as to how technology transfer can remedy, ameliorate international economic inequalities. This goes back to the early years of the UN General Assembly, when significant waves of decolonization resulted in a large majority of developing country members of the General Assembly, and then the push for a new international economic order. In more recent decades, and this also takes in the UNCLOS as well, technology transfer has been included as a means of implementation in thematic, sectoral, geographical agreements on aspects of environmental protection. So essentially, technology transfer as well as finance and capacity building provided to poorer states, developing states, least developed countries, in order to enable them to fulfill their obligations under various environmental agreements, whether that's on biodiversity, climate change, desertification, etc. And that heritage of negotiation and legal development informs also what we have under the Law of the Sea. So the BBNJ provisions on technology transfer were negotiated against the backdrop not just of the black letter law of the convention, what the convention says about technology development and transfer, but also about the track record of its implementation over almost 30 years since the convention entered into force. And it is broadly acknowledged that the lack of significant implementation of technology transfer provisions in the convention was a point of dissatisfaction for many developing countries concerning the implementation of the convention. There were various attempts to rectify this, notably 20 years ago under the IOC UNESCO guidelines on transfer of marine technology, which foresaw a process of transfer of technology applications. Again, not implemented on a wide scale. So when that mandate arrived almost 20 years ago for the BBNJ negotiations, and capacity building and technology transfer became one of the four pillars of this ultimate package deal, that is very much responding to some of those concerns in respect of the implementation of the convention. Now, let me just step outside the law of the sea for a moment, because what I would submit is that of almost equal importance to the BBNJ outcome on technology is the technology transfer arrangements under international climate law, under the Climate Convention, but more specifically under the Paris Agreement. Because what we have under international climate law is a system which is not just on paper, but which has been implemented and has dedicated technology, advisory, and financial institutions which are there to implement technology development and transfer in favor of developing countries. So what we have under the Paris Agreement is a so-called long-term vision on technology transfer, which is then implemented by COP decision subsequently, and this institutional framework of a dedicated technology mechanism, including an advisory committee, the Technology Executive Committee, which provides advice to the COP and other bodies, but also an implementation body, the Climate Technology Center and Network, which works together with developing countries on technical assistance for technology, and as well a very important role of the financial mechanism under the Convention and the Paris Agreement in financing some of these activities, turning them into reality, as it were. Now, many of these features are also reflected in the BBNJ agreement, and that is not by accident. Turning to the Paris Agreement was actually quite important in finding consensus on technology, as I will demonstrate in a moment. But more broadly, if we seek to locate technology in the BBNJ agreement, we can see, most importantly, unlike the UNCLOS, as well as referencing technology development and transfer, it actually sets up mechanisms for their implementation going into the future. Now, again, I won't dwell on this, but if we look at how the provisions came out for the BBNJ concerning technology development transfer, we find heavy borrowing from the Paris Agreement. In the case of the long-term vision, actually quite literal borrowing, cutting and pasting, to ground technology in the BBNJ agreement as a long-term vision for supporting the implementation of all of those other important areas of EIAs, area-based management tools, MGRs, etc. We also find, to an extent, the institutional basis of the Paris Agreement heavily influencing that of the BBNJ agreement, with the creation of a dedicated capacity building and transfer of marine technology committee, which the text of the agreement foresees will play a very similar role to the Technology Executive Committee under the Paris Agreement. But we also see other elements which borrow from the climate regime, such as a country-driven process of technology support, technology needs assessments, and an ongoing, what I refer to as a regulatory dialogue between the Technology Committee on the one side, which provides recommendations, and the COP on the other, which provides decisions. The implementation side, the clearinghouse mechanism has this matchmaking role, technology needs and technology holders. It's not exactly the same as the CDCN, but it could well provide a very important function. And I do acknowledge the very significant role of the State of Palestine in identifying the landing ground for these provisions in the final substantive session. The final and crucial part of this package on technology is, of course, the role of the new BBNJ financial mechanism, notably the Global Environment Facility, the GEF. The GEF has that function under the Paris Agreement and other agreements as well. It welcomed in advance of the BBNJ outcome being given such a role. And of course, the actual funding for this will have to come in the next GEF replenishment after 2026. But of course, when we consider the challenge of ratifications, then that is perhaps by no means too late. I should also say that the BBNJ technology provisions comment on the need to build upon and to be guided by the lessons learned from other relevant bodies and processes. From our side, I can say as a member and a former chair of the Technology Executive Committee, we are very open to providing input to the new BBNJ committee on how the tech has functioned in respect of technology development and transfer and how it works with the climate COP, if that would be useful to the BBNJ side in the event of the BBNJ agreement coming into force. And finally, just a few takeouts from this. I mean, the importance that we've seen under the climate conventions is that these are iterative. They're not one-off processes. So recommendations to the COP decisions, GEF replenishments and funding priorities changing over time, having expert, not just party inputs is absolutely crucial. Others have mentioned that it will be a very busy and difficult COP, but I do note in closing that the first Paris Agreement COP lasted for 3 years. So it's not necessary that one will have to do all of this in 2 weeks. So, 谢谢各位, and I look forward to the remaining discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Minas. I think you raised many very key issues, and I think one point you're making, whether it's a mandatory or voluntary transfer of technology, I think that's something we'll be bearing in mind for a lot of countries when considering whether they want to ratify. And thank you again. And I think we start late and then we will end late. So we still have about 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, for a Q&A and discussion. And before I open the floor to our audience, I have one very general question for all of you, whoever of you that you would like to answer. I think throughout the negotiation process, it's a process of compromising between different interest groups, right? And then for the convention to conclude successfully in March, I believe many countries actually compromise a lot in many different issues. I'm wondering whether anyone who are involved either in participation in the negotiation team or have a very deep analysis on this issue would like to address this question.
Thank you for that question. But before answering, let me just emphasize that what I will be saying, these are my personal views and not of the delegation of which I was part of. I think that there is a new style of negotiation, multilateral negotiation happening, and the BBNJ process, of course, had positive as well as less positive outcomes, and I'm sure that Xi Yubing probably can also add a few words to that because he also had that experience. First of all, there is a difficulty that not every state has the manpower to have substantive delegation and attend all different working groups, and that adds difficulty. The fact that we had discussions within regions and within groups helped pull those human resources together and help many delegations that didn't have those human resources to be better equipped to be involved with the negotiation. The negotiation process, in hindsight, could always be improved. That's a fact about every multilateral negotiation. And I'm sure that many delegates looking back could have done things differently, would have done things differently. What I think it's important to emphasize is the outcome itself. And as has been mentioned by almost all speakers that looked at the BBNJ agreement in their presentations, it is an historical mark. It's one that took a long, long time, particularly if you're comparing with other multilateral processes. However, the complexity of those negotiations and the evolving geopolitical game is also very important, and we should all be very proud of that multilateral effort. And of course, now what's the expression in English? The test of the pudding is in the taste, something. Anyway, so the ratification will be it will be essential. But also I would add that the complexity will be in interpreting the provisions of BBNJ and whether that amplification of the scope of UNCLOS with the BBNJ agreement would also lead to different interpretation and applicability of existing provisions. Some of those have been highlighted, particularly in Niloufer. Hi, Niloufer, how are you? Sorry you can't be here. But in Niloufer's presentation, it emphasizes how we would now reinterpret certain provisions in UNCLOS differently, precisely because we have the BBNJ. We cannot ignore that the High Seas Treaty will have an impact on how we interpret and apply existing provisions of UNCLOS, which we are familiar with for many, many years. But now, of course, there will be most likely a change in how we interpret some of these provisions. Thank you.
Professor Shi, do you want to add to the discussion as well?
Yes,
asking questions. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you asked.
Yes, may I speak or? Thank you, Chair, for the question, for the good question. I would like to add some comments besides Professor Vasco's answer the question. So just now you mentioned many states, they compromised during BBNJ negotiations. I would just list some examples for Chinese delegation. For example, originally, China delegation asserted that the SEA, that is a strategic environmental assessment, should not be regulated in the BBNJ agreement. Because as we know, EIA mainly deal with activities, but the SEA deal with planning, law, and policy. So, and there's a lack of international practice for SEA. That's why China was against of the inclusion of SEA into BBNJ agreement. But later, during the negotiation, China compromised, and finally we accepted that the SEA could be incorporated, but it should be voluntary rather than compulsory. So now you can see SEA is regulated in Article 39 of BBNJ agreement. Another example is the dispute settlement procedure. So China has insisted that the dispute settlement procedure under BBNJ agreement should be based on negotiation and consultation. So because that is because state consent is the fundamental principle for dispute settlement. However, because of different states have different views, so in order to reach a compromise, so China compromised a bit. So we accepted that the dispute settlement procedure under BBNJ agreement could be amended dispute settlement procedure in part 15 of UNCLOS. So now you can see Article 60 actually is an amended version for the dispute settlement procedure under part 15 of UNCLOS. And also for Article 18 regarding the area of application for ABMT, including MPA. So China insisted that the term disputed waters should be used in the provision. However, because some states may have, other states have different views, so finally we compromise a bit. We use other expressions to, to form the provision of Article 18. So those are some of the examples.
Thank you for sharing the Chinese experience. So I would like to give the floor. Okay, Professor Zhou has the question. And then Professor Zhang will be the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question to the panel. It's about the extended continental shelf regime. And it seems to me it's tricky, because it involves the area within national jurisdiction and also area beyond the national jurisdiction. So how and to what extent the BBNJ applies to this area, because the high seas above the extended continental shelf and also the continental shelf itself. So it seems that trilateral, this kind of trilateral linkage among the coastal states, the BBNJ mechanism, as well as ISA. So I would like to listen to the comments from the panel. Thank you.
I think I would like to collect a few more questions so that I give the floor back to our panelists to respond to question. I think Professor Zheng Zhihua have a question here, and then Professor Julia Xue will be the next one. Zheng Laoshi. Here.
Thank you, Chair. I have a very short question for Professor Xu Bing and also for Professor Vasco and also for Professor Nero. And under your understanding, who has the authority to identify which area is, or which part of the area is the disputed water or disputed area? Who had this kind of capacity to identify this area? Is that claimant states? Is that international organization or some international judicial body? That's my question. Thank you.
Professor Xue, you have the next one.
Thank you, and really informative and fascinating panel. And as we know, during the negotiating process, it's really a kind of constant compromising about divergent views. So with the, forthcoming probably ratification of the agreement, we will see a lot of different interpretations or divergent views coming up again. So as Vasco mentioned about the EIA, different requirement for EIA from the agreement itself, and maybe also ISA, like International Seabed Authority, and maybe other areas. And so I'm just wondering, what do you see about the coordinating kind of process or the mechanisms when these things are coming up or happening, like with fisheries, existing fisheries institutions, and also some, body like ISA. So probably I think Vasco and maybe my dear friend Nilofer will have some further elaboration on those issues. Thank you.
I think I will go around, and then so if no further question, I'm going to invite everyone to respond to whichever question they would like to pick, and also add to the discussion if you have anything they want to add on this BBNJ in general. How about Professor Ora? You'll be the first one, and then we'll go around.
I never like to be first, but okay. Thank you for giving me that privilege of going first. What can I say? Number one, may I also congratulate my fellow panelists on excellent presentations and very good questions. All three of them. Just very quickly, well, this is a classic situation of due regard. The relationship between what would be the water column, high seas, and the extended continental shelf under national jurisdiction. And that's why this is so important that there be due regard when the activities are taking place. So the BBNJ agreement would be part of that. And of course, in relation to, I would say, for example, area-based management. But again, these are some of the challenges that implementation, hopefully, through the process will work out. And I think the second question is a very good one. Who has the authority to identify what is this disputed area in that sense? Well, I'm not sure that you need to have an authority. I think that areas of dispute our understanding on international law, we have some case law on that, what is a dispute? So I don't think that you need to have an authority per se, but the parties, obviously. And the last question, the process coordinating. One thing I have to say, and then I look forward to my colleagues who have actually been in the negotiations. I was not involved in the negotiations. So Vasco and Professor Xu Bing. But one thing that's very important that came out of the BBNJ that we don't have under the law of the Sea Conference, and that's the conference of the parties. So I think that in terms of, and subsidiary bodies as well. So they will play an important role in ironing out some of the questions that may arise, differing interpretations. So this is something we've seen, and Professor Minas knows very well from the climate change negotiations and how the COPs operate. So I will stop there and allow my panelists to to answer these questions.
You have basically covered everything and then done all the job for everyone. But anyway, I'm going to invite all our panelists to respond, or you want to add to any of the remaining questions. Professor Mina, you want to go the second?
Certainly. I would just respond to your comment earlier, Dr. Hong, about the basis on which we have technology transfer under BBNJ. And indeed, it is entirely voluntary. There is no compulsory or coerced or legally required technology transfer. And in that way as well, it reflects what we have under the Climate Convention, Paris Agreement, and other international environmental agreements. What I would say about that is that even though under international climate law, under the COP, there has never been a consensus for compulsory technology transfer, compulsory licensing of IPRs and things of that nature, parties have shown that they are able to move to practical cooperation on technology development and transfer within the framework of mutually agreed terms and conditions. So indeed, the theme of this symposium is indeed cooperation, and I think that model of technology transfer provides a model of practical cooperation that parties can engage in. The only other thing I would say is to build on Professor Orrell's comment about the importance of a COP, which is going to be meeting regularly. And I think even before ratification, even before that formal process, it's very important that parties and friends of this new agreement use this period wisely in terms of building a high level of consensus on how these bodies are going to operate, so that when ratification does come, the BBNJ community can hit the ground running. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mina. Xinchen老师, do you want something to add?
Good questions. I think that the conference of the parties may make use of the adverse opinion from the full court under Article 47, if they want to do so, to make a request with regard to these two questions. It's pretty much, I don't think that it's too difficult. It may be proper for the tribunal to give an answer. So that also indicates, I think, the willingness of the negotiating parties to make use of the full court adversary proceedings. However, as what I said in my presentation, it is very much the tribunal itself should be very much careful in interpreting the relevant provisions in the ITLAW statute. The better way is to modify the ITLAW statute rather than to arbitrarily interpret the provisions to establish its competence over adverse opinion. And finally, I was not involved in negotiation, but I heard from Professor Xi Jinping and the other members of Chinese delegations. They told us the horrible stories at the end of the day of the negotiation. So I have a suggestion that the international humanitarian law should apply to all this negotiation process, which requires the compromise. Thank you.
Professor Zhang. Tony, you want to add something?
Yes, with regard to the first question, as far as the high seas and extended continental shelf is concerned, there is a particular provision in the High Seas Treaty which says that those states who are involved in activities in the high seas, if it affects the rights of the coastal state, as far as the extended continental shelf is concerned, they must ensure that the activities will not hamper on the legitimate rights and interests. So that provision has been mentioned in the UNCLOS. The High Seas Treaty. The second important point that I would like to raise is with regard to the conference of parties. Like I was pointed out earlier, the devil lies in the details. So now we have a framework convention, an umbrella text, and we have to operationalize the text. So as when the once the process of ratification is over, then it all depends upon how the conference of parties meet, and then they will have to thrash out the different specifics. So it may take considerable time. But as far as the answer to your question is concerned, there is a provision which says that parties must take into consideration the legitimate rights and interests of the coastal state as guaranteed by UNCLOS. There is that provision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for these very interesting questions. On the issue, Professor Zhou, of the extended continental shelf, has been mentioned by my colleague. This was one of the most difficult issues that accompanied the whole process: adjacency versus due regard and all that. Coming from a country like Portugal with a very sizable extended continental shelf, this of course is one of the main concerns that was always present. And it's interesting that the BBNJ agreement followed a different path than UNCLOS when it becomes interaction between the area and the extended continental shelf. There's no similar provision, and therefore the idea of due regard is present, as my colleague mentioned. But what is interesting, and it is a sense of failure to me personally, is that we again are very good in announcing principles, and Article 7 is very complex because of that, is that we failed to fully emancipate the ecosystem approach. And therefore we again fall into the trap of strict jurisdiction lines, which is not compatible with the ecosystem approach, in my personal view. On the issue by Professor Shiua on what is a claim and when does who declares a claim, international jurisprudence is very clear. All claims must be compatible with international law, meaning they must be based on a legal title. And there is a dispute when there is when the objective element of that dispute is manifested, meaning that one claim is objectively opposable by another state's claim, and therefore you have a dispute, and you know who the claiming valid legal title holding claiming states are. Third, Julia, the mechanisms. I think that inevitably that what the BBNJ treaty does is it makes a call for cooperation between different organizations, and that call is probably most directly is directed mostly to the ISA, for example, where a lot of work has to be done. But I would point to a good example, that is the collective arrangement between OSPAR and NEAF, a regional protection organization and a regional fisheries management organization. That collective arrangement also applicable to areas beyond national jurisdiction. I think that is extremely important, and probably that is the way. But these are very much uncharted waters, so to speak, in a global way. So very much will depend on the commitment by state parties to the BBNJ and state parties to the different organizations and bodies existing under under the law of the sea. Thank you.
Yubin, you have a final word quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to provide some comments on Professor Auror's presentation. I really enjoy your presentation, and I also agree that states parties to UNCLOS have obligations to protect the marine environment in all maritime zones, including ABNJ. However, I don't think that state parties to UNCLOS have obligation to ratify BBNJ agreement, because BBNJ, as we know, BBNJ agreement is a package deal. So it involves many issues that UNCLOS does not address. Another thing is that I know that observe that you mentioned there is a enormous obligation to protect the marine environment provided by UNCLOS. But I think my personal view is that I think the legal status of EGA-OMAS obligation probably has not been generally accepted by the international community. I think has not been confirmed by any case or tribunals or courts. So probably this still needs some legal reasoning. So this is just my personal view. And Regarding the questions, I think other panelists have already answered those questions. I just want to add one thing about Professor Zheng Zihua's question regarding the how to decide whether the waters or maritime zones are disputed. According to the procedure of BBNJ agreement, I think the COP would decide, and the decision-making mechanism is first we will try a consensus. So if the consensus cannot be reached, and then there will be a majority vote. But for the consensus, whether they have exhausted the negotiation, also there's a vote. That's two-thirds vote, and for the substantive issue, that's 3/4 majority vote. So basically, this will be decided by the majority voting procedure. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shi. I know that you still want to debate among each other, but we really need to close this session. We cover almost everything of BBNJ except for the environmental impact assessment, which I believe our organizer will consider adding in next year's symposium. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. Please join me in giving a big applause to our 6 very distinguished speakers for this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again, Dr. Hong, and all the speakers of the session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for this morning's program. Let's take a lunch break. And for this afternoon's session, we will start at 2:30, a little bit delayed, so that you could have a good lunch. Okay? Okay, see you this afternoon. 各位来宾朋友们，因为这个议题我们讨论的有点意犹未尽，稍微耽误了点时间，所以为了让大家有一个很好的就餐时间，下午的议题我们推迟半小时，2点半开始，2点半，下午见。 Thank you. To come to the stage. And we also have speakers online for this session. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let's get started for session 7, Global Climate Change and Polar Research. First of all, please let me invite the moderator, Mr. Sun Yan, the Vice President of National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Mr. Sun, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon, distinguished participants. My pleasure to chair the final session of Global Climate Change and Polar Research. Increasing global climate change has imposed terrible challenges and even disastrous effects on the environment of our planet, especially in the climate vulnerable polar regions. Polar research is vital to our future. And now we are pleased to have 6 speakers who are to share their research on the polar protection and the utilization and offer policy on sustainable development. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Hong Nong, Executive Director and Senior Fellow, the Institute for China-America Studies, and also Research Fellow with China Institute, University of Alberta, Canada, and the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Please, Hong Nong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start with giving some context of my presentation. So in the last year, I have been following, because with the increasing focus on the US-China maritime relations engagement in the global domain, maritime domain. So in the last year, I have been following very closely what China and the US does in 6 different regions, in the South China Sea, in the East China Sea, in the Yellow Sea, and also in the Indian Ocean, South Pacific Ocean, and Arctic and Antarctica. So I try to look at their policy and legislation and their influence and also presence in this region, and then also their relationship with the regional states and how are they engaged with international institutions and also regional players. And then I come to a conclusion, which is very preliminary, which is that it is widely acknowledged that ongoing conflict and also opportunity for cooperation coexist in those maritime domain, and this includes the threat or the impact of climate change and expanded research, scientific research, which is exactly the theme of these sessions. And so that's why I want to use Antarctica as a case study to propose that the US and China corporations in Antarctica represents positive, although restricted opportunities. Okay, can you see that? Okay, so just like the Arctic we've been discussing for the previous symposium, Antarctica continent is also not immune to the impact of climate change and also competition over land and resources. So I want to highlight a few numbers that signify the importance of Antarctica treaty system. So there are 7 states make formal 8 claims in Antarctic continent, and then in 12 nations, including the first 7 claimant states, and that's when the United States came into the picture. They ratified and signed the Antarctica Treaty in 1959, and then they became the original 12 consultative nations in Antarctica Treaty system. And then in the year of 2017, another 17 additional states come into the picture, including China. And they have achieved consultative status by acceding to the Antarctica Treaty and by conducting tremendous or substantial scientific research in Antarctica. And then another 21 nations also came into a picture, and they agreed to abide by the Antarctica Treaty, and they may attend the consultative meeting as observers. So altogether, these 50 Arctic Treaty nations represented 2/3 of the world's populations. That's why Antarctica has become a basis for scientific cooperation amongst the original signatory of Antarctica Treaty, like the United States, and also as well as countries such as China, who became a party to the treaty system later on. So you can see from this picture that a lot of states, although they don't have territorial claims in Antarctica, they do operate a lot of research facilities in the regions claimed by other claimant states, because Antarctica system, treaty system allow activities in a continent, including tourism, including research on environmental protection, climate change, and also information sharing and transportation, and certainly space-related technologies. So that is why you see a lot of countries who actually have different role to play in Antarctica. My next slide. Okay, now I try to look at the US, China, and Antarctica international legislation. You can see from this chart, I don't know, very clear. On the left side represent all those treaties or regulations or agreements among the framework of Antarctica Treaty System. And both China and United States are a party to, US is a party to all of them, and China is party to the majority of them, except for the Convention for the Conservation of Antarctica Shields in 1972. So we can see from here that both states have been very actively engaged or bound by international legislation in preserving or conducting scientific research in Antarctica. Next slide. So this slide, I want to show you how the US, China, they may hold the same position or they may differ in a couple of issues. For instance, let me start with policy. On the sovereignty, China's view is that Antarctica is a continent with no attribution of sovereignty, and the issue of sovereignty in Antarctica is frozen under the terms of Antarctica Treaty. And the US view is also very similar. US recognized no foreign territory claims in Antarctica, and US has not made a claim to Antarctica continent, but maintains a basis of claimed territory. And on the policy on Antarctica Treaty System, I believe that both states consider the value of Antarctica system in preserving its interests, particularly scientific research in this region. So I don't want to go further on that. And then the third position is on scientific research. It's very interesting to know that the US has been increasing interest in expanding its budget on scientific research, partially because it considers China's increasing presence in Antarctica as a potential competition conflict to the United States. Particularly in the end of Obama administration and during the Trump administration, we see the ongoing increasing voice in American administrations of the Congress calling for increase of the budget. In China's view, I think we can see very clearly one of its 7 major objectives in its cross-white paper on Antarctica, which mentioned that the ability to fulfill the comprehensive needs of Antarctica scientific research, and it will continue to do so. And then another issue on the resources, fishing, for example, the US and China may have slightly different or divergent views on fishing. And they are talking about different terminology. For instance, for the US, it calls itself the conservation and sustainable management of living resources. In China's term, and China highlight idea of sustainable exploitation of Antarctica resources in this region, indicates it has an interest in fishing in this area. And the divergent views of the 2 states include, they actually have an impact on how they are developing their positions on NPA as well. And on the mining, I think both countries as a consultative party, they share a commitment to ensure the mineral resource activities do not disturb Antarctica Treaty System. I don't see a lot of differences on these issues. And I'm going to leave their position on NPA in my later slides. So here, you can see that, as I mentioned, one of the article in Antarctica Treaty states that the participation in the decision-making of Antarctica affairs under the treaty is allowable only to those countries that demonstrate consistent and also substantial scientific research activity in this region. So in this case, and both United States and China, they have been very actively participating in scientific research in this region, operating in multiple research stations. You can see from the map, and the US has 3 research stations, and China has 4 completed, and also there's the 5th one is under construction. I think in November the 1st, and China's 40 expedition in Antarctica, one of the major tasks or mission is to review the construction progress of the 5th station. And then here, I want to show you, I think there was mention about Vasca this morning about MPA and Antarctica. I think although in the previous year, I think the major player in Antarctica, like United States, Australia, New Zealand, also European countries, and then later on, when China has more and more input in scientific cooperation in Antarctica, and the US tend to shift the focus to they observe what China is doing in Antarctica, so it consider China as potential competitor in Antarctica. So they have different divergent views. I would just want to use MPA as one example to show that it's possible to converse the divergence of interest in Antarctica. So the US has been supporting 5 MPA proposals in Antarctica. 2 has been passed, and 3 is also still under consideration by CARMA. And China has been supporting the first one, and also taking quite some time to also support the Ross Sea maritime protected areas proposed by the United States. And on the 3 ongoing proposal MPA, China has been very concerned about, for instance, whether those proposals will come up with research monitoring programs, whether they have a solid scientific evidence to prove that MPA is necessary. I think China's concern is that CARMA is already very mature in terms of fishery conservation. It's not necessary to further establish a zero takeaway maritime protected areas region. However, I think in the second MPA, which is the Ross Sea maritime protected areas, because the US makes some adjustment and to take into consideration of Chinese interest in fishing and establishing, for instance, a queer research zone. And that is why I'm trying to agree the proposal of this MPA. So the successful establishment of MPA in this region implies the US interest in sustainable management of fishery resources, and China's interest in sustainable exploitation can find a way to coincide. And then these 2 maps, actually, I tried to give some credit to my colleague in ICAS. This is like screenshot of one of our maritime tracker. You can see there is an MPA planning domains, marine protected areas, and these 2 maps, fishing areas, sub areas, and division, and you'll be able to find different zones in different functions on ICAS website. And then my last slide on the windows of cooperation between the 2 states. I think first of all, both states, they are here to involve here to international agreement. And the second is scientific research, coordination and consultation, environment protection, data sharing, etc. And I think that's one important thing I want to mention is the telecommunication. We see a lot of positive of cooperation between the United States and China in telecommunication. For instance, there will be improved accuracy and response time of their global satellite network, and they also increase the quality of life and research capability of Antarctica Research Station. However, on the other side of the coin, you can also see there is there was challenge in associated with the telecommunication technology, because the 2 countries, they can see that they look at the technology in telecommunication more from a competition or security perspective rather than research focus. And certainly there is other issues like the marine polygraph review under 2014. And I believe there were a lot of discussion on that time when come. I'm sorry, I have 1 minute over you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hong Nong, for giving us some ideas on China-US maritime cooperation on the scientific research in Antarctica. And the next, we will have an online speaker from Norway, Rasmus Gjertso Bertilsen, a professor of Northern Studies and the Barents Chair in Politics at UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. His research focuses on world and Arctic order and the transnational flows of knowledge, talent, and resources between the West and the East. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Professor Bertilsen.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Good. Thank you very much. And good morning. I am actually in, well, good morning from Akureyri in northern Iceland, where I am a Nansen Professor of Arctic Studies visiting the University of Akureyri for the time being. And thank you very much for the invitation to this great conference. I would have loved to join you on site, but unfortunately that was not possible. So as the moderator mentioned, one of my areas of research is the relationship between world order and Arctic order. And some of you may have heard about the term Arctic exceptionalism, that the Arctic was supposed to have been exceptional from international politics, international order. I am very skeptical about that point of view. I personally believe that, and I think my research shows that Arctic order closely resembles international order. And it's very good to follow Dr. Hong Nong. I followed the previous presentation with great interest. And I think my remarks here will offer some international order, international system contexts to the very detailed presentation we just heard. So what I would like to make some remarks about is what I've called the Arctic and global, in parentheses, climate change in a NATO plus and BRICS plus world divided future. And if we look at how the Arctic connects with international order, how Arctic order is closely related to international order. Well, if we go back to the Cold War, we had a Soviet-US bipolar international order, and that bipolar international order was closely reflected in the Arctic, where we had an Arctic that was, of course, very much divided between the Nordic and North American Arctic of the West and the Soviet Arctic. And there was very, very little cooperation, connection between the two halves of the Arctic. An exception was, for example, the Polar Bear Treaty from the early 1970s between the 5 Arctic coastal states, or the very successful Norwegian-Soviet fisheries cooperation in the Barents Sea, fisheries management cooperation in the Barents Sea from the middle 1970s. Then, of course, the United States wins the Cold War, as we all know very well, and the Soviet Union loses the Cold War, and the Soviet Union dissolves, leading to a very profound socio-economic, public health, law and order, etc. crisis in Russian society. We see a very steep contraction of the Russian economy. The Russian state retreats largely from its own Arctic. And after the end of the Cold War, of course, we have a unipolar international system where the United States is the only superpower. Or as French Foreign Minister Hubert Védrine said in the late 1990s, that the United States was a hyperpower. And that unipolar moment in the international order, and unipolar moments are very rare in the international system, that unipolar moment was closely reflected in the Arctic order. So after the end of the Cold War, we had what I have described as a circumpolar liberal Arctic order. It was circumpolar because it went all around the Arctic, in both the Russian half of the Arctic and the Nordic and North American Arctic. And it was liberal because it concerned itself with liberal topics in international relations theory, such as science, climate change, people-to-people cooperation, indigenous peoples' rights, cultural questions, economic questions. So liberal questions, not realist questions, that's state security questions. And that circumpolar liberal Arctic order was, of course, highly beneficial for many people in the Arctic. It was a very good time for the Arctic. And many people especially in the West, thought that was supposed to be the end of history also for the Arctic. But of course, history didn't end the way it was supposed to end in Francis Fukuyama's argument about the end of history. History didn't end, history rather continued, or perhaps history returned. And of course, what we've seen is that China, due to the exceptional economic growth that China has delivered the last 40, 50 years, 40 plus years, China has returned to its long-term historical position as one of the very largest economies in the international system. And that change, of course, makes it gives the international system strong bipolar traits, because the United States and China are the world's by far two largest national economies. The United States and China are also the world's two by far largest national science and technology systems, measured in publications, patents, etc. And that is, of course, also reflected in polar science and space science and deep ocean science, such strategic areas of science, as we just heard about. And another development is that Russia, which was in such profound crisis in the 1990s and early 2000s, Russia has returned as a much more traditional Eurasian great power, which of course is reflected in the war in Ukraine. And these two long-term developments, the emerging Sino-American bipolarity and the return of Russia as a great power, they of course very much shape the Arctic. So the Arctic closely follows what happens in the international system, whether it's Cold War bipolarity, post-Cold War unipolarity, or the international order that is emerging now. It's quite clear that the unipolar post-Cold War moment of the international order is coming to an end. And that is what I have called the division of the world into a US-led NATO plus world. That's, of course, the formal NATO, and then closely associated countries as Australia, New Zealand, Japan, perhaps South Korea, and what I think can be called a BRICS plus world, where we have the enlarged BRICS. We also have GCC formation, we have G20, we have MINT, Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, Turkey, from voting in the United Nations Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly on the war in Ukraine, and now also the violence in Gaza. It's very clear these divisions of the world are quite clear. And those divisions are also very clear in the Arctic, where in contrast to this circumpolar liberal Arctic order after the Cold War that I mentioned, I think it's quite clear that we now have an Arctic that is divided between a US-led NATO Arctic, so the 5 Nordic countries, Canada and the United States, and the Russian half of the Arctic, where Russia is, of course, reaching out to the BRICS and the wider world. And just to conclude, I think a very, very serious challenge for global governance is that even during this unipolar moment with one superpower that should have been able to provide a lot of global public goods, it was not possible to address climate change during that unipolar moment. It was not possible for the United States to ratify the Kyoto Protocol, even as the unipolar hegemon. And now I'm very concerned about the climate change question during this emerging, much more divided international order. And I have to say that I'm very concerned and very pessimistic about the United States, China, other main powers, both managing their international order relations and addressing the climate change issue. If that could not be addressed during the unipolar moment, I think that is very, very critical how it's going to be addressed in a future international order. I will stop here. I think I'm already over time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Rasmus, for your informative remarks on the Arctic Order. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Zhao Long, Senior Fellow and Deputy Director, Institute for Global Governance Studies, Shanghai Institute for International Studies, to make his remarks, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's indeed a great honor for me to be part of this enlightening conversation, discussion. Let me just start by expressing my gratitude to the organizers, especially to Professor Wu Zhitun, to Dr. Hong Nong, and other colleagues. And I'm also appreciate that the issue, the polar issue, was included to the symposium agenda, which, in my opinion, is the integral part of so-called global ocean governance. In terms of the climate change, ocean, the biodiversity, ecosystem, even the legal status, and etc. So I think just like the global ocean governance, the Arctic is experiencing the tremendous changes and under the unprecedented challenges because of those accelerated climate change trends and intensified the major power rivalry. So today I would like to share with you some of my observations and thoughts on how we could proceed to so-called more sustainable and resilient Arctic governance. So I would like to start by asking question, what's the main feature about so-called the changing Arctic and what we should adapt to. I think the first and foremost, of course, we should adapt to the accelerated and in some opinion irreversible climate-related changes in the Arctic. If a couple years ago, according to the studies, the Arctic is predicted to be fully ice-free in the middle of this century. According to the latest study, this date, this period could occur as early as the 2030. So even with reduced emission, even with the more countermeasures towards the climate change, this kind of a process are now could be considered as nearly unavoidable. So it, of course, could impact not just on the environment or climate within the Arctic, but also it will have some impact on the environment and human activities outside world. It lead to the extreme weathers, for example, including the countries like China, which is not Arctic countries. So I think all those direct and indirect impacts, of course, will transform the whole narrative of Arctic governance in the future. And secondly, of course, we should meet the reality, as mentioned previously by Rasmus. We are facing some, you can call it inefficient governance mechanisms, the Arctic Council, which recognized by many countries like the most, the most important intergovernmental platform before, let's say, the Ukraine crisis. Because we all know after the outbreak of the Ukraine crisis last year, all 7 Arctic states has agreed to suspend Russia's participation to this council. So I do recall last year we had numbers of discussions together with our colleagues from Nordic countries, with even Dr. Hongnong and the US colleagues, about whether we should talk the Arctic Council 2.0 version or the brand new multilateral platform. Because at that time, many don't believe that Arctic Council could sustain without Russia. But the good news is just earlier this year in May, Norway has took over the chairmanship of Arctic Council and also committed that there will be the Arctic governance without Russia. Nobody is insisting to expelling Russia from the council. But the question is, although Norway has proposed quite ambitious themes and priorities within the Arctic Council mechanism, but all those topics could not be sustained, in my opinion, without Russia's participation, given the fact that there's a complete determination of official dialogues between Arctic countries and Russia. There's many technical limitations, political pressures also. I did some calculation. Let me give you an example. As the Sustainable Development Working Group under the EC, there are ongoing 16 research projects. 11 of them are involved with Russia's participation, as I marked with the yellow color. So to this reality, I think all those effectiveness of these projects have been adversely affected, of course. And thirdly, of course, we are witnessing some shift in focus for the SDGs agenda, for the Sustainable Development Agenda, both on a global scale and also in Arctic. As mentioned by the Secretary General Guterres, the whole SDG are far off track, and around 30% of those goals have stalled. I think the similar situation here in Arctic also. The Arctic states have shifted their focus from SDGs towards to high politics and traditional security concerns. And fourth, the utilization of Arctic is one of the key topic for the global think tank and academic discussion. Let me just give you another example, the shipping development. I think due to the impact of the Ukraine crisis, the whole shipping development, especially so-called in the Northern Sea Route, which is a part of the Northeast Passage in Arctic, is less international oriented. In fact, in last year, there was a zero international transit via this Northern Sea Route. And even the Chinese companies refused to use this the shipping road. And also, in the meantime, the shipping development is more energy transportation dependent, and Russia has introduced despite those sanctions, quite ambitious development plan for this shaping development. So the question is, during my exchange views with Russian colleagues and my visit recently to Russia, there's a growing debate about whether Russia should still follow the trend that built up this Northern Sea route at the international commercial corridor, or it should be in the reverse to look at it as the strategic traditional artery for Russia and more exclusively to cooperate on a bilateral level. So if, of course, this kind of a transformation will impact on the whole, the situation and whole participation of global participation in the sea road development, especially it's also somehow related to some extent to the legal status of this channel. And the fifth reality that we should adapt is I would call it disparities in the pace of cooperation. On the one hand, we are witnessing more fragmented dialogues between Arctic states, although there are some limited connections at the technical level. For example, the Norwegian-Russian Joint Fishery Commissions are remained between the dialogues between the coast guards between US and Russia. But on the other hand, we've seen the growing expanded collaboration between China and Russia in the Arctic. So the large-scale sanctions have consolidated Russia's pivot to the east, or you can call it pivot to the south, to the global south. I think simultaneously we are witnessing the more misperceptions, sometimes demonize the rhetorics with regard to Sino-Russian Arctic cooperation when the NATO high officials just openly stated that Russia and China impose not just the competition to the NATO, but also the challenges, real challenges to NATO. So what's the solution? I would propose some key dimensions to exploring so-called synergy among stakeholders. The first one, I think we should let the science diplomacy to lead, to revive those low politics dialogues, and especially how can we develop some kind of interim contact mechanisms on those urgent topics like Arctic climate, permafrost, CES researchers among those Arctic states, of course. But simultaneously, I think we should facilitate more potential chance for the third-party led projects. Just recently, China's 13th scientific expedition in the Arctic Ocean was successfully conducted with the participation of the scientists, not just from Russia, but also like country of Thailand. So I think China, of course, could play a bigger role here in bridging those misperceptions between Russia and other Arctic states. But also we should encourage more collaborative efforts across various platforms. And secondly, of course, we should think beyond the geopolitics and for more sustainable the topics or the space for the sustainable utilization and the conversation. Here, I think the low carbon transformation could be one of the leading topic. And another one, of course, is regarding the agreement to prevent unregulated high sea fisheries in Central Arctic Ocean, which is a main outcome between the coastal states of Arctic Ocean and other stakeholders, including China. Of course, we could seek for consensus on the post-crisis agenda, like green investment, long-term environmental and marine protection measures in the Arctic. And here I would like to emphasize on the another quite important initiative which proposed by China, so-called Polar Silk Road, which focused on the build of a blue economic passage linking China and Europe via Arctic Ocean. But there's another prominent potential area that we could discuss is digital Silk Road connecting with Arctic states, which I think because the Arctic climate offers quite substantial cost reductions in data infrastructures, in other digital infrastructures. So last but not least, I think risk mitigation, of course, presents the significance here. How we can expand the spectrum and forums of collaboration. The track 2 diplomacy, especially engage with non-Arctic states. We have already established a quite efficient talking platforms, dialogue platforms with Arctic states. For example, China-US Arctic Social Science Forum, China-Nordic Arctic Symposium, which there's a coming annual meeting in next month in Guangzhou, and also the China-Russian Arctic Forum. I think all those platforms could play a bigger role in mitigating those misperceptions. Of course, risk management also are quite important. I would conclude my presentation by emphasizing on China's role in the Arctic, because there's a lot of questions and misleadings about China's unclear intention in the Arctic. In fact, this year marks the 10th anniversary of China's observer status to the Arctic Council. During the last decade, I think China has actively participated to Council's working groups and agenda, followed by those science-led and knowledge-based approaches. China's vision for the Arctic cooperation is quite extensive and inclusive. It's far more beyond the mere access to energy resources or shipping routes. And it also involves multi-stakeholders, not limited to the single countries, like some media emphasize that only focus on the China-Russian cooperation. So again, China is committed, of course, to providing more public goods and fostering collaborations for the sustainable Arctic governance. And in my opinion, China's role and the contributions should be viewed in more objective and a rational manner. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'm looking forward in the further discussion with you. Thank you.
Thanks to Jialong for sharing his research and initiatives on sustainable Arctic governance. And now let's welcome next online speaker, Sakiko Hataya, who is a research fellow, Ocean Policy Research Institute, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. Her focus is the law of international organization and polar law. Please, Sakiko.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for my introductions. My name is Sakiko Hataya, and I'm a research fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. And thank you very much for welcoming me to wonderful symposium today. Well, today, the title of my presentation is Utilization of the Northern Sea Route and its Future Prospects. There has been no shortage of talk lately about Arctic shipping route, with Russia's Atomic Energy Agency, Rosatom, we call, announced recently that it has set up a joint venture with Dubai DP World to develop container shipping through the Arctic as a part of the initiative heavily promoted by President Vladimir Putin. And also Putin said last week, 3 weeks ago in Beijing, that Russia would invite interested states to directly participate in its development. And the development of the Northern Sea route is expected to accelerate. While Russia is also working on registration of Arctic shipping and will soon issue the law degree of the government of the Russian Federation of December 29, 2022. On approval of rule for navigation in internal seawater of the Russian Federation of the ship flying the flag of the foreign states. As these developments related to the Northern Sea route are gaining momentum, Japan and China and other states will need to consider the validity of Russian laws when using the Northern Sea route in the future. In this presentation, I would like to examine the current relevance of Russian law in light of international law. Well, since the beginning of this century, the Arctic has been transformed into a region of remarkable natural and political change. In particular, in the mid-2000s, the progression of climate change and sea ice loss in the Arctic became widely known, and the potential for resource development and the use of shipping route. Interest in the Arctic from the international community rapidly increased. Compared to the cargo transportation route from the Far East Asia to Europe via Suez Canal, the use of the Northern Sea route is clearly advantageous in terms of the transportation distance. The advantage of the Northern Sea route includes the 40% reduction in navigational distance, as well as opportunity to exploit the abundant natural resources, such as mineral in Siberia and the Russian Far East. These indicate that the accessibility of the Northern Sea route has the potential to create the commercial possibility to promote international shipping and also global market. Because navigation, the Arctic Ocean required unique skills and expertise, the Russian government has introduced a prior authorization system for the Arctic shipping, setting conditions under which ships are allowed to operate depending on the navigation seasons and sea ice conditions. And under certain conditions, the introduction of the escort icebreakers operated by Russian state-owned companies or ice-class ship is conditioned for authorizations. Since the Arctic Ocean's extremely cold region is a sensitive and harsh environment, such Russian regulation seems a reasonable act, but at the same time, the question arises as whether the above Russian domestic regulation can be applied to EEZ as well. According to the Russian Federation law, the water of the Northern Sea route are understood to be water adjacent to the northern coast of the Russian Federation, including the internal water, territorial water, contiguous water, and also EEZ of the Russian Federations. The Russian government has clearly stated that the Arctic shipping lane include EEZs. Well, the Arctic 234 ice-covered water of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea stated that, as follows, I wrote in the presentation slide. The application of Russian special law to the EEZ under the Article 234 would seem at the first glance to be unproblematic. However, since the practical application of the Northern Sea route has been realized due to the melting of the ice in the sea area, it is questionable whether the provision can be applied to the Russian coastal area in the first place. If the Article 234 is not applicable to the water in question, the Russian cannot apply its domestic law to the EEZ. Well, Professor Gavrilov and others concluded that the reduction of the Arctic ice does not affect the legal system of the states applicable to the Arctic water under the Article 234 of the UNCLOS. They also state that any change in the legal system would be contrary to the purpose and intent of the Arctic 234 and inconsistent with the primary and subsidiary means of its interpretations. The further states that the provision of the Arctic 234 should be applied to considering the current conditions and are irrelevant to existing and mid-term changes in the Arctic ice coverage. Well, one of the reasons for these differences in interpretation of the Article 234 among jurists is that Article 234 does not specifically define the presence of ice covering such area for most of the year. And ice conditions vary from year to year and also season to season. Well, Roswell, for example, argued that the provision of the Article 234 only enhanced the marine environmental protection measures of the Arctic coastal states during the period when the easy water of the Arctic Ocean are covered with ice for 6 months plus 1 day, and that continued application of the existing measure after that time is legally questionable, meaning that Canada and Russian Federation protection legislation may need to partially rebuild its states. Well, the ice-free period in Northern Sea route has been lengthening, but the situation varies from year to year, as I said before. In the previous season of 2020, high temperature were recorded in the Arctic regions, and the Northern Sea route was open for 88 days, longest in the history. On the other hand, in the summer season of fiscal year 2021, the melting season in the Arctic oceans tended to be cooler in July, and the sea ice did not melt very much, leaving some area in Northern Sea route unmelted even in September, the minimum season for ice melting. As a result, both the northeastern and northwestern passage of the Arctic Ocean did not open in 2021. Well, also in August 2023, a tanker sailing in the waters near East Siberia encountered navigational difficulties due to the sea ice pushed out by wind. This suggests that even during the summer seasons, the vessel may experience operational difficulties in the Northern Sea route. Well, based on those observational data, it is likely that Article 234 of the UNCLOS is still applicable to the Northern Sea route. But at the same time, further ice reduction would also allow for polar routes, which would create new transportation scenario uses and importance as a route not bounded by Russian navigational regulations. But the situation is not, well, so under the current situation, Article 234 of the UNCLOS seems to applicable to the Northern Sea route, especially in the Russian area. But at the same time, we need to examining the situations year to year and need to clarify that Russian domestic law is reasonable compared to the international law. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Sakiko Hataya, for her presentation on the utilization of Northern Sea route. And next, I'd like to give the floor to Liu Xinhua, Distinguished Professor, Tongji University.
好，谢谢主持人，感谢会议主办方的邀请。尊敬的吴院长，尊敬的池院长，各位嘉宾、各位朋友，大家下午好。需要说明的是啊，我并不像今天各位专家一样，专门研究极地问题。我是一个关心气候变化，和环境保护的经济理论和经济政策研究人员。借今天这个机会，我想讲3个观点。第一，全球要建立科学的碳减排机制，以有效应对全球气候变暖和极地环境变化。如果说气候变暖问题在上世纪还只是出现在科学家的论文和美国科幻大片中的话，那么现在特别进入21世纪以来，各地的极端天气现象频发，已经让全球公众对气候变化有了许许多多切身的感受。 在未来30到40年间，人类社会必须解决过去200多年工业化快速发展和生活消费大幅增长所造成的环境和气候问题，给自己赖以生存的蓝色星球减负降温。极地冰天雪地是全球气候最庞大的调节器，虽然地处遥远，却与各国的命运息息相关。今天早上我正好看到一条消息，是中国新闻社播发的，说，《自然通讯》杂志最新发表一篇气候变化的论文，说北格陵兰岛它的冰架正在快速消退，总体积已经从1978年到现在已经总体积减少了30%。科学家预测，如果南极冰盖全部消融，全球海平面将上升57米。如果再加上北格陵兰岛的冰盖要消融的话，一共会上升63米。那么中国的东部沿海的海岸线可能将后撤400公里。咱们现在开会的是海南岛，假如到那个时候，可能海南真没法开会了，都不见了。极地特殊的环境，使得极地气温上升的速度是全球速度的2倍，特别是随着气候变暖，生产设备、运输工具水平的提升，在北极地区的人类活动更加频繁，对极地环境的影响就更大。随着大气升温，极地冻土开始融化，本身就会释放大量的二氧化碳和甲烷，而甲烷所造成的温室气体效应是二氧化碳的28倍。目前人类活动每年还在产生510亿吨的二氧化碳当量的温室气体。气候变暖不仅会导致极地海冰融化、冰川消退、积雪减少，而且会使极地自身的生态系统发生重大改变。就极地生态系统来说，那里的动物、植物乃至微生物对温度变化更加敏感，当然对极地环境生态系统的破坏，最终将危及人类自身的安全和生存质量。如果放任这种现象下去，极地生态环境变化与全球气候变暖将形成恶性循环。减少温室气体排放是当务之急，现在迫切需要在全球建立一套科学、完整、有效的碳排放责任核算定价监测机制，保证顺利如期实现联合国气候变化框架公约和巴黎协定的目标、原则和制度安排。但是目前各国对碳排放责任的界定、核算、确立什么样的碳定价和监测机制，还有许多争议。而碳排放责任的界定和核算最为重要，这是衡量碳减排的前提。那么从成本和可操作性2方面来考虑的话，目前全球的碳减排责任界定核算体系主要是基于生产者责任原则来构建的。联合国政府间气候变化专门委员会，它的核查原则就是基于生产者原则，但是这个弊端显而易见，那就是在生产者原则下，产品的生产者担负了产品消费者的碳排放责任。这个原则如果没有国与国之间的贸易往来，还是可以适用的。可是我们现在所处的是一个经济全球化的时代，从上世纪70年代开始的新一轮经济全球化，逐渐形成目前的全球价值链和国际分工体系，构成了日益复杂的产业链、供应链，把各国的生产、流通和消费密切联系在一起。频繁的国际贸易造成了巨额碳排放量的进口和出口，因此碳排放量进出口与各国碳中和目标责任目标值的关系需要尽快理清。按照联合国政府间气候变化专门委员会确定的目标，实现碳中和，真正解决气候变化问题，我认为国际社会必须达成以下6点共识。第一，建立人类命运共同体，人类共同拥有一个地球，所有国家、所有人都要共同面对气候变化， 这个需要国际社会的共同努力。第二，每个人的碳排放权是平等的，每一份碳排放都应合理支付成本。第三，消费者要承担产品的碳排放成本。第四，消费者有知情权和选择权，通过数字信息技术理清全社会可信碳足迹，避免市场信息和价格信号的失灵。第五，发达国家和发展中国家都要为碳的存量和增量承担责任，特别是高碳排放的人群应该支付足够高的对价。第六，实现碳排放核算的标准化，实现碳在全球的自由贸易。我想讲第二个观点，域内国家和国际社会要合理合作开展极地生态环境保护。极地地区生态环境十分脆弱，因此要采取更为严格的保护措施。要把北极，特别是把北极，因为现在人类活动更加频繁，要把北极作为整个地球生态系统的重要组成部分来看，将人类活动对北极生态环境的影响减小到最低程度，特别是要谨慎利用北极地区的能源和资源，尽量减少在北极区域的采矿、渔业、旅游活动，严格限制污染物的排放。对此要形成约束机制，还要特别保护北极野生动物的栖息、繁衍、生长地。为此北极区域内的国家应该建立更多的自然保护区和野生动植物保护区。21世纪的极地自然环境和生态环境保护需要更加广泛、密切、深入的国际合作。相关国际组织应该在资金、设施、技术人才方面给予北极地区相应的支持。第三个观点，仅就科研价值来说，南北两极在地质、地理、冰雪、水文、气象、海冰、生物、生态、地球物理、海洋化学等领域都具有很高的科研价值，更不用说在全球气候变暖的背景下，北极在战略、经济、环保、航道、资源领域的价值更加凸显。那么现在来说，北极地区还没有具有更高的法律效力的多边公约或者条约，以规定各沿岸国及其他国家在该地区的权利和义务。联合国海洋法公约也不是专门针对北极和北冰洋特征的诉求来制定的。特别是俄乌冲突以来，北极理事会的运行也受到了挫折，因此北极地区蕴藏着新的发展机遇，但是也极有可能引发新的冲突，为本来就纷繁复杂的世界增加更多的不确定性。这就对全球治理体系提出了新挑战，也对人类社会形成了新考验。我们要总结吸取历史经验教训，从各国共同进步出发，以新的思想和智慧，努力把北极变成造福人类的宝库，而不是新的地缘政治的冲突。这对塑造21世纪全球治理新模式也具有重要价值。总结一下我的观点，有效保护极地环境，当务之急是应对全球气候变化。就北极本身来说，保护优先，利用次之，合作共治为要。谢谢。
Thank you, Professor Liu Xinhua. His remarks gave us 3 elements for polar protection and the utilization for building a new balance. And now we have last speaker, Muhammad Habib Abiyan Zakwan. His researcher, Department of International Relations, CSIS Indonesia. Habib, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon, everyone, distinguished delegates. Let me begin my remark by thanking President Wu Xijun and the co-organizers for this generous invitation. I think being the very last speaker of the last panel in the very last conference day, it gives me the opportunity to say that it doesn't, the conference doesn't only have a very perfect logistical arrangement, but also excellent substance. I enjoyed every single second, like in this particular forum. I've listened to every single speaker, and I learned so much like from this particular conference. So congratulations, President Wu Sichun and the co-organizers for this very great conference, basically. So today I'm going to share about polar research and protection from the ASEAN perspective. I think this is a very difficult issue for ASEAN, if not non-existent, like among ASEAN countries, basically. And there isn't such a common position with regards to, polar research and protection. And can someone show my slide? So I think that it is very important to talk about climate change, but so little in ASEAN talking about polar research and protection. Basically, I have observed like 4 types of documents. Later, I'm going to share it with you, like about the presentation. I look at ASEAN joint statement at the COP from 2015 until like 2022. I also look at like the high level statement from the ASEAN leaders from different ASEAN countries at the COP 2015 until 2022. I also look at the way ASEAN countries mentioned in the ASEAN state of the very first ASEAN climate change report on the climate change. And I think like there is very little attention given like to the polar research and protection, as well as this kind of consequences in the polar region, basically, like including like sea level rise. Is there a slide available? Okay. But yeah, given the allocation of time, I just want to mention that basically, like ASEAN countries have made so much progress in terms of engaging with the polar regions, and it is very interesting to see like different ASEAN member states engage with different polar regions. Like for example, when it comes to Malaysia, Malaysia is so much invested in observing like what is the development in the Antarctic region, like the South Polar. But when it comes to like Singapore, it is so much invested in like the Arctic region, including like the consequences of Northern Sea route to like the route like in the Strait of Malacca, as well as also the impacts of like sea level rise. Oh, this is not my slide. This is not my slide. This is not my slide. But yeah, basically like from 2013 until like 2023, so many like progress being made by each individual ASEAN member states. However, I think it is still limited to like maritime ASEAN countries, including like Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and to some extent also Thailand. I think Thailand was already mentioned by Professor Shang Long before, because Thailand has this MOU with China in conducting or in joining like Antarctic research mission. But none other ASEAN countries, especially like in the mainland region, like Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and also like Myanmar, have done research about like, either Antarctic or also like Arctic regions to some extent. So we have so much like, enabling factors at the moment. I just want to mention about 2 enabling factors. The first one is about the ASEAN's growing economy. If you look at the IMF regional outlook, so basically like ASEAN countries have like a very promising economic future, like from Singapore, like 2.1 real GDP projection in 2024 until like Cambodia, like 6.1, if I'm not mistaken. And I think like it should give like ASEAN countries like the ability to also take care about, global affairs. And at the same time, I think ASEAN countries are also like being named as one of the most vulnerable regions in the world, to the climate consequences. Only Laos PDR that is, a landlocked country, but the rest, 9 other ASEAN member states actually like have coastal or either are being like archipelagic or islands, basically. And so this is basically the enabling factor. If I may continue my presentation, sorry. This is like the progress we have seen like from each individual ASEAN member states. And this is my observation. It's not the whole picture about ASEAN engagement with the polar regions. So based on these 4 documents, I just want to mention that basically it is very little attention given like to the polar, either like Arctic Council or the Antarctic Council. So basically like the engagement is done by individual ASEAN member states, not by collective actions. This is like, you know, all issues related to climate change are still concentrated on, I think, issues that are close to developing countries, like technology, transfer of technology. We have discussed it in the previous panel. Also like climate finance, and to some extent also like the capacity building. Other than that, it's very difficult to see like the issues being mentioned. This is like the key trends. And yes, sea level rise, you know, enter into the picture, but it's still limited, very limited, and only a small percentage of the discussion appeared like in the national communication, in the nationally determined contribution, and also like joint statement of ASEAN member states. And this is actually like disappointed news given the situation of ASEAN member states. As I already told you before, only one country in the ASEAN that is landlocked. The rest are actually like very prone to like whatever developments happening like in the Arctic or also like in the Antarctic basically. And I think I just want to mention also like there are some disabling factors or some you know, stumbling blocks when ASEAN want to talk about basically this polar research and also like protection. You know, you have a politics. We have discussed about the South China Sea. South China Sea is a flashpoint of our, you know, immediate neighborhood in the region, and also like the consensus base. Yes, Lao PDR, although like it is the only member that doesn't have like any access to sea, but you know, we are operating based on the consensus, and it is very difficult to move the needle unless like Lao PDR agrees. We also have, you know, ASEAN countries, all ASEAN countries, none of them actually like Annex 1 economy. So it is very difficult to expect them to have a moral responsibility to go beyond thinking about their own region. And also not to mention about lack of incentives like from the international community. We know so much that currently great power competition also happens like for climate mitigation. We can name it like, for example, Just Energy Transition Partnership or G7 Climate Club that do not include China in the conversation. But I think like in terms of climate adaptation, we can definitely have, and we must work with China. And I think I would like to give you two proposals how to, you know, support ASEAN to talk more about like polar research and protection. The first one is working with ASEAN dialogue and development partners. China is one of them, definitely. I have already read like a global community of shared future document that China just released like weeks ago. And I think like it is very important that China mentioned about openness, opening up, and also like open, the word themselves like are being repeated more than 40 times. Inclusive, inclusiveness, you know, inclusivity are also being repeated more than 20 times. So I think like working with China can also one of the ways for ASEAN to get engaged with the conversation about polar research and protection. And I think Thailand has already done that progress by now. And I think I really welcome like if China also wants to include like, you know, more ASEAN member states in the conversation about polar research and protection. Yes, China has transformed itself like from like, you know, public goods consumer into a public good provider. And I think like Professor Chang Long also have already mentioned that China can increase engagement in Arctic governance, but also I think China can also provide access to developing countries, to global south, to ASEAN member states, you know, the ability to do more research, to do more knowledge transfer about polar research and protection, basically. And the second proposal is about strengthening the ASEAN platforms. In the upcoming months, we are going to have like this ASEAN Center of Climate Change. I think it is very important for ASEAN to also include like polar research and protection in the center. And also the second one, we can basically harmonize the work of the ASEAN Secretariat and the Secretariat of the Antarctic Treaty System, as well as the Arctic Council Secretariat. So with that being said, I would like to thank you once again for this very tremendous opportunity, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Habib. He just now, from ASEAN perspective, gave us his research on the polar research and the protection. And many thanks for the presentation from the above 6 speakers on the polar protection and the utilization in confrontation with severe global challenges from climate change. And they are trying from different perspectives to think out a solution to the sustainability of our planet and the polar regions in particular. And next, we may move to Q&A session. Due to time limit, I think for 10 minutes, 1 or 2 questions from the public audiences.
Okay, my name is Yung Jumran again. Interesting the topic about global climate change and polar research presented by the last speaker, Abhijan. I had one comment, interesting, that I think this some like we talk about the polar Arctic, the case or the iceberg belt, they seem like all the benefit go to the big country, like we see from the speaker from Norway already talk about the unipolar, bipolar. Okay, that's and after I heard a comment is they mean all the big countries must get the benefit and negotiation, but all the small no time to get. But now I have question to the Professor Ramos Berlin from Norway. That means you talk about the unipolar, bipolar, after the Cold War, and now in terms the multipolar, that we see all the world like not safe. They mean so why we always want to take care of the nature? We allow the nature look like dangerous. Okay, and now I think if the multipolar work and how we see the we look unipolar and bipolar and until now multipolar, which is safe for the future, like the monopolar safe or multipolar safer than. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And one more question from Professor Ho.
Thank you very much. I come from a polar country, but I'm no expert on polar issues. But I listened very carefully to these excellent presentations, and I noted Professor Bertelsen speaking of the reemergence of great power politics into the Arctic after the end of the unipolar world. And I also listened carefully to Professor Zhao Long talking about the collapse, really, in the last year of genuinely international transits of the Northern Route. And then thinking of the polar Silk Road, I'm wondering if ships carrying Chinese goods are transiting the Northern Route, carrying cargoes to NATO countries, is there not a risk that there'd be sanctions application? Views in NATO are very rigid about China right now. President Putin seen as an indicted war criminal, etc. If there's any payment, I would guess, of fees or even payment for assistance from icebreakers, would there not be a risk that this would be seen as prohibited or vulnerable to NATO sanctions? That'd be the question for both of those two professors, please.
Maybe Professor Rasmus, you want to go first, or?
Sure. Thank you, and thank you for 2 excellent questions. The first question about environment, how to say the global environmental system and the global political system, and there it's obvious that how to say I don't know if the correct term is least developed countries, they are the most vulnerable to, of course, climate change and natural hazards, and the benefits, the costs and benefits of climate change are extremely unevenly distributed. And of course, the benefits from having consumed fossil fuels, having produced fossil fuels, and bearing the cost of climate change are extremely unevenly distributed. To the second question, the question about sanctions, it's very obvious that the United States is applying secondary sanctions globally, not just in the context of the Ukraine war, but the United States applies secondary sanctions in all kinds of contexts, Cuba, Iran, etc. Listening to my very good colleagues and their presentations, I mean, what it leaves me with is this fundamental question: what is the future world going to look like, and what is future global governance going to look like? I mean, we are moving in the direction of a much more diverse, much more power-distributed world. We just heard an excellent presentation from the ASEAN perspective and all the things happening in the ASEAN world, the ASEAN region. But it is also very clear that the United States will go extremely far to preserve its unipolar moment. I mean, when the United States keeps going on about rules-based order, etc., that means American unipolarity and American hegemony. And the United States will go very, very far to preserve that unipolar moment. And I am extremely concerned about the future of global governance in all kinds of domains, environment, polar, etc., etc. And some of my colleagues have talked extremely well about different avenues of cooperation, etc. But I don't share their optimism if this question of future world order, future global governance is not solved. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Professor Holden, for your question. I think you've got a quite great point about what's the vulnerability of utilization of Northern Sea Route currently under the Ukraine crisis impact. I think this is the main reason why the Chinese state-owned company like COSCO Shipping is quite reluctant to sail via this Northern Sea Route last year because of those worries about the secondary sanctions. But my point is we should be more, like I mentioned in my presentation, to look forward and beyond those geopolitical tensions, because in my opinion, at one day the Ukraine crisis will be end, and all those sanctions maybe will be lifted, not just by one day, but several years, and all those process related with climate change, related with ice melting, they are irreversible, like I mentioned. So in the future, I don't want to predict by which next year or 5 years from now or 10 years, this shipping route could be alternative to those Suez Canal and other traditional shipping routes, but they could still be one of the options for the future cooperation in the Arctic. So that's why I think Chinese companies, if not the state-owned company, some of the private companies are quite enthusiastic about starting some test shippings via the Northern Sea Route. For example, this year, the company called New Shipping has conducted the very first the voyages via Northern Sea Route, despite the sanctions, the worry about sanctions. And especially they conducted this shipping not based on the energy transportation. They would like to try the regular container shipping. So I think we should really not stuck within those narratives that if you're in line with Russia, if you're trying to conduct with Russia in the Arctic, you will be sanctioned, you'll be punished. I think it's quite unfair for China like I mentioned again, those narratives or the demonization of China's role in the Arctic, because it's quite simple. China, of course, is not Arctic countries, but as we emphasized in our policy paper, China is geographically speaking one of the nearest country to the Arctic, the biggest Arctic country, Russia. And China is so closely related with Arctic changes, especially the climate change. So I think China has no intention to be part of those geopolitical tensions or conflicts, but China has its own rights to seek those new opportunities in the Arctic region in terms of scientific cooperation, but also in terms of the economic opportunities. That will be my brief response to your question. Thank you.
I want to two fingers responding to the gentleman's statement about only the bigger state and larger state benefit. I don't seem to phrase that interest by size. I would rather say that it has to be determined how what's your role, for instance, whether you are a coastal state, littoral state, or you are user state or stakeholders. Like in the case of the Arctic, as John mentioned, we're trying to make it very clear it's not an Arctic state, it's not any like sovereignty or territorial claims, but by getting the observer status that has make the commitment to respect all the sovereignty and maritime claims in the Arctic. I think that is why China's activity in the Arctic has to go through the Arctic Council. And that is why last year when the Arctic Council sort of facing almost like club situation, I think all the ASEAN states and the observer from Asia are very worried about whether Arctic Council will continue to function, because this is the only channel that non-coastal state has to pursue its interest. And also very similar statement referring to your phrase about bigger state, like in Antarctica, not because the very small countries like they have made territorial claims. Like big country, if you're referring by size, Russia, US, and China, they don't have territorial claims there. So when they want to establish a research facility, they have to go through those by side littoral states, and they have to make sure their proposal and scientific cooperation has to go through the Antarctica treaty system and consultative meeting. That I want to respond to your comment.
Habib, any response? Okay. Yeah, due to time limit, I shall conclude the session 7. And thank you all the delegates. And I suggest make applause to all the 6 speakers. Thank you for.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all the speakers. Thank you so much. Oh, let's have a photo. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're coming to the end of the this year's symposium. So let me invite Dr. Wu Shicun to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Wu? Dr. Wu Shicun, yeah.
Okay, before I would make my wrap-up remarks, may I invite Professor Chi Folin. He's staying with us for 2 days to give his comments or remarks. 池院长，请你做一个评论啊，大家欢迎。OK, thank you. 话筒。
谢谢
吴院长，也许我和这个老胡秉东，我们两个年龄可能这里最大过了70后了。那么我用3-2分钟这个做一个简要的评论，作为一个普通代表啊。那么我想，我呢是主编了4次会，在这个场所我主持了3次的第一个单元的讨论，21、22、23。那么我想，首先呢，我想说这么3句话。第一句话有几个观点，我想提出来和大家一起做个讨论。就是我们这个主题特别重要，叫海洋合作与治理。我大体的判断，通过这2天的会，合作的机遇在增多增强，而挑战的也在增大增强，这是一个矛盾的判断，是吧？所以这个主题适应了当前在全球海洋合作当中和治理当中的一个主题，就是合作愿望、合作的机遇在逐步增大，但是有多种因素，这个挑战又是严峻的挑战，甚至不可避免发生一些冲突的问题，也在增多增大，这是第一。第二，那么在这个背景下，那么合作挑战可能关键因素是大国关系，有中美的海洋经济合作。我想，首先昨天我上午组织单元，我听了很多专家讨论，包括你的观点，我有3个很深刻的印象。第一，那么海洋问题离开中美等大国之间的海洋合作是难以从根本上解决问题。第二，很多地区的海洋治理和海洋合作的重要根源之一在于大国的矛盾，比如南海，是吧？我们很多事情，那么应该说有美国的因素啊。中美之间如果在海洋合作上不能达到共识，我们很难。第三，要解决这个问题，现在呢，应该是中美正在，我估计过几天，我们2位首脑，习近平主席和拜登总统要有会见，是吧？会不会谈到一些问题，可能对我们缓解大国在海洋经济的合作治理当中会有一定的帮助。这是第二。第3个观点，我想谈一谈我们合作和治理怎么处理好。既然是个矛盾，那么怎么处理好？我以南海为例，我想第一，那么就是以合作处治理可能是一条基本思路，因为合作是共同愿望，是吧？那么以合作处理，比如说我们现在大家谈的，刚才谈的本级也好，谈的这个多样性也好，是吧？都是愿望增大了。那么第二，我们可能要合作处治理呢，就要有务实的思路。怎么务实？我想可能大家，你比如说，我们谈到了渔业，也谈到了海洋牧场，我们谈到了这个多样性、环保，谈到了北极，谈到了旅游等等。我想可能要抓住合作的共同需求，来务实推进事情，可能对我们的海洋治理，尤其南海问题解决会有一定的帮助。第三，那么如果合作现在还是有可能的，那就要突破现有的框架，要实现一些新的突破。怎么突破？我想有3件事也很重要。第一，必须在中国我讲南海为例，中国东盟有几件事很重要，比如RCEP，要加快推进RCEP进程，来使得美国印太框架过几天要签的不能够成为搅局。RCEP 是现在目前世界最大的自由贸易区，东盟10国是个主体，中日韩是一个重要的推动力量。第二，我希望这个大家积极支持中国加入 CPTPP， 这有助于中国的改革。中国以制度性开放推进中国的制度性变革，是吧？那么这些事情做好了，我想未来在中美有一定缓解情况下，推进亚太的自贸区就有一定的可能性，或者打下一个基础，当然是我个人的理想。第二呢，可能在中国和东盟问题上呢，可能我们要有一个新的思路。我所在的研究机构那么8年前在吴志纯博士他们的环南海合作圈基础上提出泛南海合作圈。那么也就是说，我们17个国家加7个地区中国的7个地区，如果能够在泛南海建立一个以自由贸易为主线的自由经济区，那么对于这个南海太重要了。你比如说， 中国的游客现在逐步到欧美去做旅游，坐游轮。如果南海周围我们和马来西亚也好，印度尼西亚也好，越南也好，那么每天都那么有那么个10艘8艘的万吨轮，5万吨、10万吨，甚至更大的游轮，我看对于华和南海很有好处，是吧？第二呢，我们最近也提出来了，向中国已经到了一定条件，对东盟等国实行单边开放。我们有个研究报告，来不及讲。那么这些东西的突破，我想对于我们缓解南海这种紧张局势会起到积极的作用。第三呢，那么在这个背景下，那么我们可能就要出于自身利益积极争取，而不防止域外大国的搅局。我想，你比如说中国和东盟正在磋商的南海行为准则，如果美国和配合，我看这件事情很快；如果美国搅局，这件事情很难。这是我的3个观点。最后呢，我想对这次会议啊，作为一个代表，能不能代表大家我不知道。我想有三个词儿很重要。第一，这是个重要平台。4次会议我参加3次，一次比一次讨论的问题更广泛，一次比一次代表的广泛。你说我举2个例子，你像瑞典，我们昨天9点开始，瑞典是多少啊？瑞典是下半夜3点呐，正是他一夜没睡觉的参加我们的讨论呢。你比如索菲尔在旧金山，旧金山和我这里的时间差15、16个小时，是吧？他深更半夜在参加这个会议，也是一个老人呐，是吧？为什么他们有这么大的积极性，是吧？这种平台就是我们会议讨论的合作与治理，已经是人类共同关注问题，越来引起重视。这个平台已经成为这个我们讨论全球海洋合作治理的一个重要平台。我想今后这个平台可能给大家搭建起来很重要。所以我说我们有幸在这样一个平台上参与讨论，我想对未来的海洋合作治理产生重要影响。第二句话就是这个广泛影响性。我看了几件事，第一，昨天越南外交学院的这个海洋经济所所长谈到如何他那个海洋论坛如何和我们的海洋论坛能够相互配合，也希望参与我们的事情，是吧？我想这个在几年前越南很难提出这样一个想法，是吧？这个大家有共同需要。那么我们这个论坛，你看来自于国家越来越多，除了包括我们东盟，包括我们美国、加拿大，包括各类北欧、欧洲各个国家可能越来越广泛，所以这个影响力越来越重要。第三，关键人物，是吧？我想我这几天大家谈到词最多，每个人上台都要感谢吴德纯院长。为什么？他是经过了据我知道，我和他是老朋友，35年前我们就在一起工作过。那么他用30年的时间，我记得你93年开始研究这个参与这个北部湾讨论，到后来筹建南海研究中心，到96年筹建，然后建了南海研究院，现在建了华阳。一个人物建了一个朋友圈，然后越来越大，大家集中到这样一个事情来。我们为吴德纯为代表的这样一个南海研究院的同事也好，华阳经济院的同事也好，华阳海洋研究院的同事也好，为会议提供了这样一个重要的平台，为建立越多的朋友圈，为全球的海洋治理合作做出的积极努力贡献。我和大家表示一声谢谢，谢谢他们。这句话代表大家了，谢谢。
OK， 谢谢次院长，非常感人的演讲。We should view Professor Chi's comments as closing remarks. My heart was deeply touched by his remarks. Thank you, Professor Chi. Wonderful event. We are approaching to the end of this symposium. My wrap-up remarks will be extremely brief. In my opinion, this two-day symposium is excellent, worthwhile, and engaging, and also fruitful. Personally speaking, I got many takeaways from this event. Not only consensus we reached in this occasion, but also new ideas, policy suggestions that are relevant and helpful for academics, policymakers, and also in order to promote maritime cooperation and ocean governance. That is the theme of this symposium we touched upon in the last 2 days. So I would thank you, all participants, speakers, observers, diplomats we have from United States, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and some ASEAN countries. You are welcome. And also journalists for your active participation, valuable contributions, and cooperation for this wonderful event. And finally, my appreciation must go to our logistic teams for their hardworking, professional job performance. Because of this, make this bigger gathering be wonderful, impressive, and unforgettable. They are my team, leading by Ms. Chen Pingping and the whole colleagues. Su Lingli, Yu Qian, Zhonghui, Stijn, I just name a few, Yan Chunli and others. Would you please stand up? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And also our luxury hotel for their service, comfortable room, and the delicious meals we enjoyed in last 2 days. And also Zihai Wangcao, the event management company, for their professional job. They are there. And also important, the simultaneous interpreting team, the 2 senior veteran interpreters, Ms. Shi and Mr. Wang, for their excellent translation. So now, may I kindly announce our symposium adjourns. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. Yeah, let's have a group photo. For all the panelists, please come to stage. Let's have a group photo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we suggest could we stand in 3 rows? 我们可以站成3排，这样大家都可以进入镜头。Okay, so could we all please stand behind 1 step? 我们请所有的嘉宾，请往后再站一排，第一排的领导，请往上站一个台阶，我们所有人都站在台阶上。Please all stand on the stage. Yeah, one step up, one step up. Yeah, right. And I'll turn this way. I'll turn this way a little bit. Make sure you're standing. Dr. Wu, please turn a little this way, please. 对，我们现在有一点偏台，我们需要整体往我的右手边方向移动一点。吴院长，再往右一点，再往这边一点。
再往这边走。
对。
对，往这边。这个是中心位置。
Step.
偏了。
Yeah, this is the middle. This is this.
要不然偏台了，偏了，还有点偏。
Yep. Please move a little bit forward. OK 了 ，OK. Let's count down 3, and please show your most beautiful smile. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. 甜。Thank you so much.